Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Board Meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Public comment. During special board meetings, the public may make public comments on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on the general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. I would now like to turn it over to Mr. Vargas for the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving mission of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you. And now I'd like to ask Superintendent Hoffman to lead us in the pledge. And I'd now like to turn it over to Superintendent Hoffman to take us through an overview of the day.
Thank you very much, President Jamerson. So welcome to the new boardroom. I'm super excited to have the meeting here today in our new space. So thanks to everybody that helped make this happen. Today's an important day. The two main topics that we will cover during open session include the next steps in the budget priority process. Again, this is making sure that we are giving the board the information they need ultimately to make decisions with regards to the board priorities that we've moved forward over the past several years. So this is the next step in making sure the board has the information they need. And then the afternoon session, we will focus on an exciting set of work that's happening within the district around grading for equity, and the team will be here to share that information. Before we get on with the rest of the day, it is also a very special day with regards to honoring board members that have been part of this team for several years and have made amazing contributions over the years. So we have an introductory short video that we're going to show first, and then I'll have a few comments regarding the board members and open it up to the rest of the board to share comments as well. that could have been an hour-long video with all of the amazing work that's been done over the past several years. And I do want to thank the communications team for putting that together. Just a little snippet of the amazing work that's been done. So I'm going to do just a real quick comments on the members, and then obviously open it up, Ms. Jamerson, to the rest of the board for comments. But as a superintendent, the fifth largest district in the state of California, the work is never ending, and I appreciate your availability and your commitment to the district. And I know when you saw that unscheduled phone call that came from me, I was like, uh-oh, okay, so what happened? What happened this time? Sometimes I actually had some good news, but most of the time there was something that you needed to be made aware of before you were going to find out from somebody else. I always wanted you to find those things out from me first, so I appreciate that very much. Mr. Perez, I appreciate your commitment to the district. I know, 12 years on the board and all the other services that you've done for the local area and also at the state level is greatly appreciated. And we didn't always see eye to eye every day, and that's okay too. But I know at your heart that you always put the district first and the kids first, and our team as well. So I appreciate all of that commitment that you've shown over the years, and your passion was never hard to see. It was always right there for all of us to see. So I thank you very much. Mr. Forcina, our relationship has ebbed and flowed over the years, and I would say it ebbed in a positive way the vast majority of the time. And when we had challenges, we always took the time to sit down face to face and talk those things through. And so I greatly appreciate that. Your commitment to the district and to the schools and to the kids and to the staff is obviously unquestioned. And the amount of time that you put in to do the work and the way the work needs to be done is greatly appreciated. And I wish you an amazing time with your family, and I would imagine you'll be spending a little more time at Idaho, and so I look forward to hearing some of those adventures. But thank you very much for your service. Ms. Chavez Espinoza, there's the personal connection and the work that you've done here. That's amazing. The other component is the professionalism that you brought to the board. And there were times where we needed that professionalism and that reminder to get back onto the business, because sometimes we, as a board and a team, we could get a little bit sidetracked. And so you had a special way of being able to bring us back to the work that was at hand. And I appreciate that very much. Your professional work on a daily basis obviously greatly benefited the district during your time, and I expect that relationship will continue moving forward, and your expertise within the facility side of the work was amazing. And always having your perspective as a mom also came in handy through all of this, so I thank you very much as well. And this is a little bit different. Ms. Jamerson, this isn't actually her official last meeting. She will be with us for the meeting on the 17th, but we thought it appropriate to recognize her this afternoon or this morning, in that the folks that she worked with all these years will be here to be able to speak to her as well. So we appreciate you coming on the board and working through in some pretty challenging times and ascending to the presidency and actually handling that amazingly well. We obviously had some challenges along the way, and watching the leadership that you brought from your other experiences to the board were immeasurable. But it was also fun to see you grow in this position and in your leadership, and I think that will serve you well as you move forward with your work with the community colleges. And we look forward to, again, like Ms. Chavez Espinoza, continued relationship as that work continues. So I want to thank you very much. And I do have plaques that I will share with each of you that we can do a picture, but I'll turn it back over to Ms. Jamerson if the individual members want to speak, and however you want to set that piece up.
Thank you very much. I'm going to actually turn it over to Beth, and I'll kind of just go down the line to allow people to speak.
Well, there's like two of us left at this moment. I think this is a great way to start. Gina, I've known you the least amount of time, but I've really enjoyed getting to know you. I appreciate the perspective you brought to our board and the passion, and it's needed and it's appreciated, and you still have our contacts, and it does not have to end because you don't sit here. And I think having sat at the dais, you know that we do listen very well and we take seriously things people say, and I hope you stay in communication and reach out and let us feel free to share your thoughts, because you bring a very original perspective that I don't have as a person, and I appreciate yours and your willingness to serve, to come into town and just jump in the corral, man. You just went for it, girl. So I appreciate that. I'm going to jump to Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez, you've had a lifetime of service. I'm not sure many people know about your resume, but I know you've served on water boards and commissions, and you've worked for many different things that help our community. And I appreciate your passion for our students and the community that you've served for a lifetime. It's admirable to anybody that is living that you give back to your community with passion and commitment, and I appreciate that. Mr. Forcina, when I think of you, I think of the years you've given to education, and especially to special ed, who are special to my heart because of things in my life. So thank you very much for your years and years that you gave as a professional, and then you were willing to give in your retired years to the education world to make it the best you believe in the way you felt. So I appreciate that very much. And also your willingness to go everywhere and be everywhere. You were at a million events and smiling and representing us, and it will always be appreciated. Thank you. And Nancy, wow, that's my hardest one. So I've loved getting to know you as a person and what you've brought to our board, and the expertise from your work and the way you carry yourself is an example that I try to model, and I've learned so many things from you. So, and as a mom and a person, I'm just very proud to call you my friend. Thank you.
Mr. Vargas.
All right, so I'll just go down the line. Tony, Lord, sometimes you can drive me crazy, but I feel like I always tell people that you bring a perspective and a focus that sometimes we need, and a focus on schools that need our attention. And I genuinely appreciate that. I think that it is easy in a district as large as ours to lose that focus, and or let that focus wander to other schools that need our attention. And I think that one thing that you always brought that I always appreciated was bringing us back to schools that needed our ongoing attention. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciated getting to know you a little bit, and your passion, for this work in the past 2 years. So thank you. Carmen, we didn't always agree. Sometimes we disagreed vociferously. But I have really appreciated your focus in particular areas. VAPA is an area that's incredibly dear to my heart, and I know it's incredibly dear to yours, and I have really appreciated the intensity of what you have brought to that conversation, as well as, as Beth said, special education. And so I have appreciated that over the past 2 years. I've also appreciated that you bring an institutional knowledge that is unparalleled, and that institutional knowledge. I feel like I have genuinely learned a lot from you over the past 2 years, and I appreciate that. So thank you so much for everything you've done over the past 2 years, at least past 2 years that I've been here, but for the 30, 40 years that you've been in education doing this work, I genuinely appreciate it. Nancy, I still remember, I think you were one of the first people I talked to when I was thinking about running for office. So, it has been a genuine pleasure to work with you, to get to know you over the past 3 years, and I have enjoyed your sense of humor about things on the board, and being able to lean on you when I had questions, and all of those things. So, and in the work, I feel like I have always been, I always know who's going to have the answer to a weird question that I have, and it is always you. And anytime I have questions about what's going on at the Capitol, or what does this new legislation mean, or something like that, I can always ask you. You are that person, and I was genuinely sad when you decided not to run for re-election, because we are losing that, and all of us, it's up to all of us to kind of step up and be better and be more aware, because we don't have you to lean on. Although I will continue to text you. So, but genuinely, it has been a pleasure. And Gina, the past 2 years has been wonderful getting to know you. The past year has been fabulous. I have really enjoyed our interactions, sitting next to each other, and, being able to learn from you, and watch you grow in this position and learn. And you have brought just such an incredible personality to this board that I love. Sometimes I think, we can get stale up here. Like we can, we have to be, naturally, we have to be very professional. We have to behave a certain way on this dais. But you have really brought, I think, a warmth, and passion to this. I always say, like, when somebody is at the, podium, a lot of us have our faces on, right? But you are always up there when somebody is like feeling very emotional about something, when somebody is coming with a story and feeling. I know you're always the one there who is nodding and smiling and like making them feel like they are welcome here. And that is also something I am really going to miss, because you bring just such a warmth to what we do. And so I've really appreciated that. And I've really appreciated getting to know you over the past 2 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Chadis Espinosa?
This is harder than I imagined. Thank you all for your kind words, and gosh, right back at you, honestly. This might be a little disjointed because it's hard to collect my thoughts, but in education, often we speak, sometimes with an eye roll, about our why. In a position such as this, I've found that keeping that focus on my why has been essential. And my why is in the room. My parents, Roberto and Teresa, who immigrated to this country with a combined 4 years of primary education, managed to build a good life for me and for my brothers. Through their dedication to education, they managed to provide a springboard for their children. So they became my why. I dedicated my professional life and my career in public service to improving access to education and dismantling barriers so that all kids could achieve their dreams. And when my son was born, he became part of my why, and he strengthened that commitment. Mami, papi, Nico, los quiero mucho. Son lo que motiva todo lo que hago, y no pudiese haberlo hecho sin su amor y su apoyo. I want to thank all of my colleagues, present and past. We have collaborated, we have challenged each other, we have grown. I've learned so much from each and every one of you. And I think, for those of you who watch these meetings often, it may be difficult to understand, but I think what we develop up here is sort of a sibling relationship that we need those bonds in order to challenge each other in the ways that we need to do this work. And most of us on this board had the distinct responsibility, along with Mr. Hoffman, of facing some truly unprecedented times. And in early 2020, we monitored the developments of this novel virus, and the facts on the ground were changing by the hour. The requirements, the guidance were in flux constantly, and of course, as we pushed that out to the people we serve, that was pretty hard for them to follow. But we did that because we were able to draw on the fact that we knew each other and we respected each other, both everybody here, our labor partners, all of our employees. We pulled together and we were able to do that. It was certainly hard to be, we still think, the first district in the country to have to make that very difficult call that was ultimately followed by most, and to have to, put our students and employees and families through a really trying period. It was the least bad option that was available at the time, but I couldn't have asked for a better team to have to go through that with. Every single one of you just, really showed your true colors. Just everybody was at their peak performance, and it was a beautiful thing to see. It truly was. I've often said that the best perk of this job was the number of teachers you suddenly have. And I'm not just referring to classroom instructors, but to every single person across every single district who took the time to teach me about what it takes to support our students in all the ways that this district serves students and families. I don't want to go down the list of departments or sites, because if I inevitably forget somebody, I don't want to offend, but I want to thank every single district employee at every site and every department who serves our students in ways that are seen and unseen by the public, for their dedication and their commitment. It has been the greatest honor to work alongside you in lifting up our students and preparing them for successful futures. There are too many of you to mention, but I will miss you all. I've been able to bring my mama bear energy on behalf of 63,000 kids every single year for 10 years, through every action and every decision. This has been an experience of such passion and love that I can't adequately describe it. I want to thank every single person who trusted me with this responsibility and who helped me to even get this opportunity. Being able to make school and life just a little bit better for our students and employees and their families is a privilege that I will miss, and an honor I will always be grateful for. To the next board, to the folks who will follow in our footsteps here, you're about to embark on a great adventure. And I hope the consequences of the decisions on the lives of the thousands of people we serve and their families are never lost on you. It's a steep learning curve in the best of times. Give yourself grace and make sure you use all of these wonderful teachers that you're acquiring overnight. The years ahead are going to bring new and unique challenges to our students and their families. And I pray that you will always place yourself as their protectors and their advocates in every way possible. So with that, thank you all very much.
Mr. Fortina?
Thank you, Gina. Having you talk has caught me by surprise. I didn't know I was going to be doing that. I've spent over 40 years in education. 13 years ago, this district was facing many challenges, and I had many people encourage me because of my passion and my background to run for a seat on the Board of Education. And I did. And the people of the district overwhelmingly brought me in to do the work I could do. Over the last 12 years, I have worked tirelessly to ensure that all children have quality instruction, that everyone is a part of children's learning. We still have work to do in that area. Parents need to be an important part of what happens with their children. Parents need to be an important part of the decisions that are made with respect to what programs are going to be provided and how money is going to be spent. We're here for only one reason, and that's the children. And that's what I've dedicated myself to over the years. What has been pleasing is the many people that I have had an opportunity to directly work with and get to know. The teachers in the classroom and the people who work directly with the teachers are the ones that make a dramatic difference every day of the week. And the classroom, above all, is what needs to be supported. The children are the source of the income for the district, and that income needs to be spent wisely in providing direct services to the children. It's amazing how fast the last 12 years have gone. I've had the wonderful opportunity of visiting all of the sites numerous times, attending PTA events, attending PTO events, attending the opening of schools, launching new programs, bringing in new people. And the focus has always been, in terms of my involvement, is to try to ensure that the principles that we believe in are those principles that we indeed foster through our actions. Certainly going to miss being here, working closely as I have had with a lot of people, especially in the area of school support, special ed, visual performing arts, program development evaluation. Just doing your job is not enough. Knowing whether or not it makes a difference is what's important. The evaluation tools that we have employed have worked towards the development of having that information. For me, today is not an end, because I'm not going away. I'm going to stay with FFA. I'm going to stay with VAPA. I'm going to stay with our Native education programs. So I won't be sitting up here, but I will still be involved in the district, and I look forward to those opportunities. I thank everybody for welcoming me in. I thank everybody for their involvement. We all have the same goal. We may look at different ways of accomplishing those goals, but the goal's always the same: provide the best for our kids. Thank you.
Mr. Pettis?
I echo those words. That's why I'm here. But I come from a different background, or maybe the same background, but I haven't forgotten where I came from. I come from poverty. I had access to a lot of good programs throughout my life. And I want my community, children, students, to have those opportunities also. That's why I'm here. I didn't plan to be here 12 years, to tell you the truth. I plan to be here 8 years to learn the system again, because I was gone from the system, educational system. I was in primary care, rural health branch, working with primary care clinics. And within that arena, I learned a lot about primary care, maternal child health issues, family planning issues, and also the last one, WIC, Women's Infant Children's Programs. All these programs affect our children, our students. That's another component that I was not aware that our students need in our communities throughout California, throughout our nation. And so I was very privileged to work in that environment. And as a result of that, I'm going to go back, work at the Capitol, advocate for change again. I've been here in this community, Sacramento, since 73, 75. I was a teacher corps intern learning about education. And I was mentored by many great mentors. Cesar Chavez, political activist Willie Brown, all these, Nancy Pelosi, they're still around, pulling strings, making change, a variety at different levels. And today at the Capitol, we have a very good legislators who are very concerned about education and how to get out of this economic poverty cycle. They're working on this. And number one goal is to educate our students in our communities. And that's what it's about. Liberation, I call it, liberating the mind. And what happens when you liberate the mind? Change comes individually, community, family. Change is good. Some people could handle change, can't handle change. Some people can. But be prepared to handle change. IT, if you don't know what IT goes through every week, it's like the Kodak camera. When I was a kid, I almost had to buy a new camera every other month because I want to keep up with the latest technology. And today we have to keep up on IT software, new IT phones. So every day we are changing, learning. And that's what it's about, lifetime learners. We are lifetime learners. Don't ever think that you know everything. We don't. One important thing, another thing, is institutional history. This gentleman right here, I was very fortunate to work with. He has that. You heard what he told us today. And he's going to stick around. I'm going to stick around. I'm going to be at that podium, maxing my 3 minutes or 2 minutes they give me, because it's important. We still need to be engaged, regardless where you're at, what you're doing. You know, every day I'm learning something. Like I said, institutional history is an internal component to any organization. And you have it, Mr. Forcino, Ms. Chaidez. down the board. You haven't. Stick with us. Yes, I did learn, you mentioned about me and my attitude, or I call it a little trouble. And my nickname was Troublemaker from elementary school, junior high, because I was an advocate. They labeled me as a troublemaker because I was advocating for my fellow students. You know what's wrong with that? When you see injustice, stand up for your fellow person, fellow student. If you think there's something wrong in the world, speak up about it. That's why we're here in the United States of America. We have a Constitution that gives you the freedom to speak your mind. Learn the Bill of Rights. And now I'm going to be transitioning as a stakeholder. Is that the terminology? Stakeholder or representative of the community? Because we haven't finished our job. We haven't. Like I said, the world's changing too fast, too many new things, new policies, new laws. You have to be on top of them. One thing that's always been on my mind about the school district, and I brought it up the last school board. The question is this school district too big to service 63,000 students? That's a big question. And are we doing a quality job for these students in socioeconomic areas? And I know if you come from a socioeconomic community that has high poverty rates, your chances, you don't have a third grade reading level, you will end up in a prison. And I'm very aware of that because I worked within prisons. I've seen our failures in schools, in districts. And I taught these students, some people call them inmates, but they're within the educational academic arena, within a prison, we call them students. And I've seen a lot of change, good, positive outcomes within prisons, within academic, vocational arena. They come back into our communities with high school diplomas. Now they're pursuing, we're having more opportunities for these individuals to pursue higher education, junior college, 4-year college degrees. And I'm going to advocate for that. When these individuals do time, let's have them do good time. And when they come back into our community, they have either a vocation or some degree to work and be a good citizen. Yes, I am very passionate about this position, but I'm willing to get it put up. And I think we have an individual that's going to be sitting in my position within next week that is committed for change. And I'll be working with her. And like I said, I'll be at the 3-minute podium. When I see an agenda item that I can contribute and talk about the issues, pros and cons, I will be here. Like Mr. Faustino would say, we're committed to education. Thank you.
Thank you. So for my time is ending much sooner than I anticipated, and meeting the needs of my family circumstances. So I definitely feel like I didn't get everything done that I had wanted to get done. But to the board members that are leaving with me, I want to thank them for their mentorship. I want to thank them for their commitment, for their service, for sharing their knowledge, also sharing their commitment to their families. And like Ms. Titus Espinosa said, the relationship you have with your fellow board members, it is a sibling situation where we do have different opinions and different viewpoints on things, but we also have mutual respect for each other. And know that it's our job to move past those differences to meet the needs of the district. And I encourage our continuing board members and our new board members to be able to work together for the good of the district. And, despite the difference of opinions and viewpoints. And I really want to thank Beth and Michael, who are continuing. Thank you for continuing to lead the charge. Thank you for all that you've given me too as mentorship and guidance. And yes, that warmth, you were my colleague in that warmth, Michael, so I appreciate that. I also wanted to say that while I may have brought a new perspective, you also shared your perspective with me. And I take that with me. And I hope that we continue to serve the students of the district. I, too, will continue to champion equity efforts to make sure that our Black and brown students are being served and cared for. And yes, I might be in the audience. I will still be here as a mother of 2 children in the district. So I am happy to be able to continue serving in whatever manner I can. So thank you again, Mr. Hoffman, for leading us in this work that we do. So thank you very much. And with that, we want to turn it over to Mr. Cerruti. Plaques, okay. Okay. And now, Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Very much appreciate the opportunity to provide what's been a series of presentations and discussions related to our budget priority process. And I'm going to take a risk. I see the boss has stepped out of the room. I'm going to go off script for just a second, and it's kind of after the fact, given everything that happened here, but I've had the tremendous pleasure and even tremenduser, I just made up a word, privilege to serve at the cabinet level for about 15 years or so. And I mention that not because of my tenure, but rather that I've been working with Superintendent Hoffman and his predecessor, but you get directly connected to board members. And so I had the pleasure of working with all of our 4 board members throughout the entire duration. And there's a word that wasn't mentioned, and I realize why it wasn't mentioned, because we saw all the fabulous things that have, and advancements that have taken place during your time on the board. But there's a word that wasn't mentioned. It's not the most glamorous word. It's called policy. But I mention it because, right, leave it up to me to ruin the system the first time it's being used. But I mention it because there are certainly times when we're bringing to the board policies that we're taking directly from California School Board Association, and that's fine. That's what school districts do. But there are many, many cases where we have made very unique changes and modified policy to fit Elk Grove and to fit the direction that this school board has set, whether it's things like differentiating between the roles of our school administrators and law enforcement, or library materials, and a variety of things that oftentimes can be very passionate to the community. And I just mention it because I spend a great deal of time in the world of policy, and it drives everything that we do. And so the innovation and the commitment that you have had in terms of staying laser focused on the needs of kids and families is indeed to be commended. And Ms. Charles Espinoza, you said you hope that during your tenure that the classroom and the school experience in the lives of our kids may be a bit better because of what you've done. You can be assured, all 4 of you, that this is a fact, because I've been seeing and listening, I can say firsthand that the district is in a better place. It's always been good, and it continues to get better. And on a personal level, I'm a better person and educator because of you. So thank you. Thank you all. And with that, let's move into budget priorities. What I should have done, and we kind of modified it, it's a team presentation and it's a team effort. I'll be joined by Ms. Avey in a little bit, Mr. Singh, and Ms. Lavasser, so my apologies to my colleagues for not getting your names on the presentation. But nonetheless, away we go. Seven components to the presentation. We'll look at budget priority foundations. We'll take a look at the budget priorities, just as a reminder to folks. A bit of history dating back to last spring in terms of the work that we've done. And then Jeremy will come up, Mr. Hinshaw will come up, our Director of Research and Evaluation, and he'll take over at that point. And what he'll do is he'll provide some of the data, the ranking data, which the board has seen, but both the ranking and how we've done that work. The 5th component of the presentation is an important one, conducting impact evaluations. What that is some information about our ability, or in some cases, I don't want to say inability, but you've heard Superintendent Hoffman has referenced it a number of times, and we've had conversations regarding the challenges of saying, as a result of this occurred. In human systems, when you're looking at larger programs and things of that nature, we definitely have strategies that we use, but we want to touch bases on the science behind what we're able to do. Then we're going to take a look at some examples, 3 examples of what we're referring to output data, what those positions are doing. And that's where Ms. Avey will be talking about our academic intervention teachers. Mr. Singh will be discussing the secondary social workers. And then Ms. Lavasser will be looking at our equity coaches that are comprised of both teachers and some of our wellness providers. And really, I just want to frame what we're looking at, and then it talks about next steps. What we're really looking at from the board, we're not bringing a recommendation and consideration for making a decision today. What we are looking for are 4 things. Ongoing process feedback. We're looking at data format feedback. This will come up at the end, so you don't have to remember these. Provide perspectives regarding priority rankings, and then any ideas that you may have about additional database information that could assist, because our goal is to gather as much information as we possibly can. So if we have $1 to spend directed toward budget priorities, that Superintendent Hoffman and the cabinet have the best information they possibly have to bring a recommendation and share that recommendation with various partners to get their perspectives on it. But then ultimately to bring it to the board, and so that Superintendent Hoffman is bringing recommendations to you, and you have the best possible information to make decisions, because any decision, as you know better than anyone, that you're making has competing interests against it, competing interests. So that's what we're doing today. This work covers every one of our 4, I just have to say wow for a second. I'm just looking at the clarity of the screen and I'm a bit stunned. So let's just look at this for a while, because I'm mesmerized by the whole thing. Okay, my apologies for being 10 years old for a moment, but nonetheless. The 5 budget priority foundations Superintendent Hoffman has established, and we've been following these. They go top to bottom. Decisions, ultimately what we're looking at is to remain fiscally solvent. And then ultimately we're maintaining and evaluating what we built over the past few years. We want to be competitive in attracting and retaining the best and brightest employees who reflect and identify with our students. It's an important point, and the words and the way that's written is very, very intentional. We want to build upon existing programs and services, and then we want to consider adding new programs and services. And so those are actually, they go in sequential order. There may be times when we can, if there is $1 to spend, that we start at the top and work our way down, and ultimately where those decisions land are based upon those budget priority foundations. So, not going to go through these line by line. Certainly helps the community, and you as a board have been familiarized with these. So the one point that I will make, there are a few slides, so it gives an indication. Things are, I don't want to say they're in flux, but what we are continuing to look at, these, of course, these budget priorities were previously ESSER-funded positions. They're funded through the end of June 2026. And it would be terrific if we were able to identify all the positions that we know are providing important, high-quality services to our kids, and that we had ongoing monies that we could attribute to these, so we can kind of take a breath and know that they're going to be with us. What we always are looking at are 2 things, or maybe 3 or 4, but 2 primary things. One is, are we potentially going to move away from a position simply because we can't fill it? There simply aren't candidates. We've been trying to attract it and we can't. That's one. There's another, other alternative funding sources. And so this list will adjust in time, and we will continue to update the board when changes are made. Second slide of the budget priorities. Stop there for a second. And one of the things that I'll just mention here for a second kind of previews what we'll be looking at when Jen and Amrik and Lisa, when they come up. We were intentional in doing 2 things, or we were intentional, not 2 things, in 3 things, which is all of these positions can be sorted a variety of ways, but one of the ways we sort them, some of them are specific to elementary, some of them are specific to secondary, and some of them are addressing the needs of all schools. So when you take a look, and our folks are coming up, and sharing with you the output information. This is all input information, right? People, time, and money. That's what this is. We'll be looking in just a second at what those positions are doing, and we were intentional in identifying one in each of those groups. So I just wanted to share that. And here's the last slide. And you can see a total of 291 FTE and just over $35 million. Now I'll shift to the history, and we're going back to April through April and June of 2024. It's interesting this information, we've got this actually in a document that goes all the way back to, and when I say the word, I think it makes everybody shiver just a bit. When we go back to COVID and go back to that time, this does have a connection to that, because when ESSER monies were coming out and we were going through the process of acquiring significant amounts of federal and then state dollars, right? That the question was, how do you want to use this money? And you as a board have a very high expectation that we get lots of perspectives from our variety of stakeholders. And so going back and looking at that list from that time and the number of surveys and the number of opportunities that we provided folks to give us a perspective, I can assure the board that we got lots and lots of information from lots and lots of people in terms of that list of items that you just saw previously. This goes back to the perspective survey. Part of that perspective survey is our LCAP needs information. That's what kicked this off. And then you can see we've been engaging our principals in the LCAP collaborative. And as a reminder, not so much to the board, I know you're familiar, but perhaps to folks viewing this, the LCAP collaborative is a group that consists of our superintendent and cabinet, and then 2 to 4 representatives. It's up to each of our labor groups, our 7 labor groups have representatives. And it was initiated because of the expectation and the need for us to engage our labor partners in the LCAP process, but it's morphed into a broader perspective of budget and needs beyond just the LCAP. It's a very, very important group. And then ultimately, it brings us to today. And so I'm going to step aside, and I'm now going to let Jeremy provide some information about the data.
Good morning. So you recall from the October special board meeting that building on our learnings from the pilot ranking process we conduct in the spring, we used a cluster ranking process with our principals and labor group leaders to solicit their input on how to prioritize these positions and services for future funding. Through that process, we asked our principals to rate each of the priorities that pertain to their segment of schools as a 1, 2, or a 3, with a 1 as the highest priority and 3 as the lowest. We asked them to use an equal number of 1s, 2s, and 3s within each section to ensure that we would be able to discern higher priorities from lower priorities. This table shows the average cluster rankings of the various positions and services that are housed at our elementary and secondary schools. And green cluster rankings indicate higher priority, and yellow cluster rankings indicate lower priority. And on this table, you can see the average cluster rankings of the various centralized positions and services that support programs in schools. So as you'll see later in the presentation, as Mark alluded to earlier, that for each of these positions and services, we're providing a data set to help inform future decisions down the road. And that data set contains inputs, outputs, alignment with LCAP needs analyses, and our strategic goals. But you may ask, what about student outcomes? I wanted to take a moment to talk about about conducting impact evaluations related to student outcomes. So first, we know that student outcomes are complex. They're driven by things like socioeconomic factors, prior knowledge and skill, social emotional skills, health and well-being, parental involvement, instructional quality, classroom management, curriculum, school climate, a whole host of other factors. In order to conduct an impact evaluation of programs and services in terms of student outcomes, We have to be able to control for as many of those factors as possible when we look at the results in order to establish counterfactual leverage. So what I mean by counterfactual leverage is that we have something we can measure that we can use to establish what would have happened if we didn't implement one of these programs. You can do that through things like random assignment to a program or condition, looking for variation in quantity or quality of implementation, building a viable comparison group of students who are not exposed to the service, and then controlling for other important factors, or by assessing differences over time from a comparable baseline through something like an interrupted time series analysis. While random control trials are considered to be the gold standard for conducting impact evaluations, they're often infeasible or impossible to conduct in education because it would entail deliberately withholding services in a random fashion from students or schools with need for the sole purpose of research design. This would have been at odds with the sense of urgency that the district felt around the use of these funds to address the impact of the pandemic, consistent with the intention of the allocations. As random control trials are generally not suitable designs in education, we're more accustomed to using various quasi-experimental designs. The ones we use most often leverage variation in fidelity of implementation through either quality or quantity of outputs. This approach is well suited towards programs and services that have an indirect impact on students, as many of these positions do, and requires program leaders to deconstruct the theory of action behind the program or service to describe the essential elements in a way that allows us to measure the quantity or quality of those outputs. Unfortunately, the nature of this approach is complicated and iterative. It necessarily takes multiple years to build a functional set of measures. It also requires other essential ingredients for the analyses to work. There must be sufficient variation in these outputs among the units that you're examining. They have to be measured at least in part by third parties. We find that self-reported measures rarely work. For many of these positions and services, this would have not been a feasible approach, as the data collection obligations would have been overly burdensome, and there simply was not capacity in terms of time or staffing to build out 35 of these during the lifetime of the funds. The difference in differences approach is only suitable towards positions and services that have a direct impact on students. So that would be when students work directly with the people who inhabit the positions. You have to be able to definitively track which students were served and which were not. You need to be able to track who served them, when they were served, and for how long. Unfortunately, for many of these positions and services, they did not directly interact with students, so this approach was also generally not feasible for all of them. Approaches involving time series look at outcomes for several years before and after the start of a program or service to assess if there was a remarkable difference that occurred around the time frame of when the services were implemented. This approach lacks sensitivity when it's conducted in a coarsely granulated fashion, like it would be using something like school years, but it might have been the most feasible approach toward a comprehensive solution towards looking at these positions if it were not for the time frame in which they were implemented. So unfortunately, these came online in 21-22, which means that the baseline year for which we would want to compare would be 2020-21, which is probably the single most problematic time frame in the history of public education to establish a baseline measure for outcomes, because we spent that year in distance learning. So even utilizing multiple years before and after, the consensus of research conducted thus far by the field has shown that the impact of the pandemic on student outcomes has lingered, coinciding with the time frame when we implemented these services, which makes this design unsuitable towards a true assessment of impact. So while we can't easily draw that through line from many of these individual positions to outcome like we would want, we do know what these positions do and how they support various programs through their outputs. When we think about school-level factors that influence student outcomes, we generally think of them as a component of an educational program. And when I say an educational program, I don't mean a branded project or an initiative, but rather key facets of the educational program that our schools deliver. Things like teaching and learning, establishing and maintaining emotional and physical safety, seeding motivation and engagement, incentivizing positive behavior. So for instance, we know that both elementary campus supervisors and elementary vice principals, two of the positions on this list that we're looking at, they both contribute toward the implementation of positive behavior interventions and supports, or PBIS, through the work that they do at the schools. And we can do an impact evaluation for a program like PBIS because we have the counterfactual leverage to do so. We can deconstruct how the program is implemented into measurable outputs, and we can do the measurement work to tease apart the variation in quantity and quality of those PBIS outputs at each of our schools. We can then leverage the continuum of implementation that we measure to see how variation in implementation is associated with variation in outcomes. And in fact, external research shows, and our local impact evaluations have validated, that well-implemented school-wide PBIS programs are associated with lower suspension rates and better school climate. However, these programs are never the sole responsibility of a single person or position. Once again, using the example of PBIS, that program has many well-defined aspects of implementation, and all of them involve multiple people, varying positions, working together to make sure that the program works. Implementation of program is always a school-wide team sport. For PBIS, teachers can teach positive behavior expectations, but if the entire staff isn't also modeling and reinforcing those positive behaviors, then kids will sense that we don't practice what we preach. We also know that outcomes are never the product of a single program. So sure, PBIS is associated with lower suspension rates, and so is the instructional framework. Use of the 6 instructional principles improves student learning, and when kids feel successful in their learning, they experience self-efficacy, which leads to lower rates of problematic behavior. In summation, our approach towards assessing impact of these positions is assessing the counterfactual of the outputs. So we know that these positions, we know what they do and what they support. We know what would happen if the positions went away. Our schools would not receive the outputs they provide, which may negatively impact various educational programs. We believe there's better value in centering decisions on future program impact via anticipated outputs in the future, rather than focusing on the tenuous theoretical impact of these positions on outcomes in the past.
Good morning. It's great to be here to try out this new sound system. Don't even have to do any adjustments. So what we're going to start off with is I get to orient you to the landing page that you'll see for all of the examples that we've provided. So if you can just take a moment to look at it. The first example is an elementary example. We've included total cost at this time, the amount of FTE that we would need. You see the level. And as you move to the right-hand side, you can see the priority rankings that were done by elementary principals, the LCAP, collaborative, and the combination of those two. As you move a little bit lower, you can see the LCAP needs analysis. So those are bolded, the ones that are connected to the work of an academic intervention teacher at each of our elementary sites. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the 2 district goals that for the majority, we would probably advocate that there could be a wellness and family and community engagement aspect of it, but really the work is centered around looking at assessment data and instructing kids in a targeted format.
Ms. Avey, before you move to the next one, just real quick. So one thing we just make for the board, what we're really trying to do here for the board and for our community is to take a large amount of information and put it into a usable format in a relatively concise manner. So that's why you see, as Avey spoke to, the costs are there, the FTE are there, the information from the survey we did with principals and our LCAP collaborative partners, all there, the connection to the perspective survey, as well as the connection to the strategic goals. So trying to give information, and this is one of the things we'll be asking for feedback towards the end of the meeting or the end of the session. Is this helpful for the board in being able to put their thoughts around these very important topics? Thank you.
Great. So in terms of how we've established the AITs, Academic Intervention Teachers at the elementary world, it's focused around 5 major outputs. So as you look at the left-hand side, we go down and they're aligned by number with supporting data at this time that is contributing to the progress we've made on the output. So the number 1 is the letters training that has been done. This is an approach where all AITs were required as part of the position to participate. And you can see the supporting data on the right-hand side. It describes the amount of training, and it also shows you in progress who is still in the middle of training or who has completed that training. A second item that was one of our major outputs was to develop a AIT handbook, which is just overall guidance, and it's a a living working document that we keep adding to as we learn more, that standardizes the work across all 43 of our elementary sites. And we also have that linked as a resource that you could look at as well. The third item is a collaboration between curriculum professional learning and elementary education, including our school sites, where we have during the workday monthly AIT meetings. And that is a time to bring everyone who's focused on Tier 2 instruction for students together to look at the commonalities and ensure that how we are choosing teaching methods and protocols are working. You can see supporting data on the right-hand side about how often we've met, and that is included for 2 of the school years at this point. Our fourth one, which the description of the MTSS plan goes into the next slide, so I'll let you look at that data for a moment and then I'll move forward. But that was a piece that we brought in for this school year. It's implementing so that we're able to track in our Synergy system a report, a plan for each of the students who are receiving Tier 2 intervention. So the numbers that are listed there are showing the amount when this report was pulled last month. I want to note that you see data below that in the previous school year, because that wasn't a requirement, that there were only 7 plans. And you can see by the numbers that are listed there for our K-6 students, that number has increased dramatically. And then the last portion that we have is a focus on getting and having and making it so it's possible that our AITs can serve on their site's Tier 2 team, which is a team that looks at, through the MTSS model, all of the components around behavior, academics, and SEL. And again, supporting data at this time shows where we are in that attainment. And with that, I will go ahead and turn the clicker and the mic over to Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Jan. Good morning. So I have the privilege of speaking to you about the secondary service. And with secondary schools, we talked about social workers at secondary schools. So the first slide, standard slide, like Superintendent Hoffman said, gives you the cost, gives you the ranking, and it gives you the alignment to the LCAP needs analysis. And then with strategic goals, we felt that they align with 3 out of the 4 strategic goals that are shown over there with arrows on there. Social workers in our school district primarily serve secondary schools. So you'll see the output data is mainly connected to secondary school. They provide a lot of one-on-one support and crisis response services to students at secondary schools. Like I said, they mainly oversee our MTSS Tier 2 meetings. They coordinate the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 interventions that are held at secondary, and then they progress monitor that. Providing SEL and behavioral health services and professional development to the sites is a big part of what they do, and then consultation with other providers, including MHTs, psychs, all that happens through the social workers. And then the last, not least, part of their work is the connection between outside and community resources to our district. So that linkage is a big piece of the output output data that social workers do. Data in terms of what are the outcomes. So you'll see that a lot of the work that they do is SEL related, and that's documented in our Synergy reports. And I'm not going to go through all that, but all the work that is connected to SEL and crisis management and all that they gather at the secondary sites, and they put that in there. They lead a lot of like Tier 2 and Tier 3. Check-in, check-out is a Tier 3, it could be a Tier 2 or Tier 3 intervention, but that data is also gathered there in our system through social workers. And then the other piece of the data that they do is a lot of crisis intervention. So when we have a student who's in crisis, then the social worker tends to take the lead in intervention with that student at the secondary level. The last piece, and unfortunately we've had situations where we've had the death of a staff member or a student, and the social work is a big piece of the crisis response that happens at secondary sites. And so that's the supporting data that we have gathered and continue to gather for the outputs that they provide at secondary level. With that, I will pass it on to Lisa.
Good morning. I have the privilege of showing you example number 3, which is focused on our equity coaches and the work that they have been doing over the past couple of years. I won't go over much at the top. It's very similar to what you've seen. Just to be aware that there was 12 FTE positions available, and we actually only have 11 equity coaches that we hired that have been on staff for the past couple of years. The LCAP needs analysis crosswalk, we focused in on a couple of different areas. One being that the equity coaches have supported in helping with good teachers and good principals, classrooms to help students feel comfortable and ask questions. They've helped with some of the bullying prevention work, collaboration, planning and time for teachers, and then teachers who understand, helping them to understand who they are and who their families are and where they come from. And then the strategic goals that we highlighted really focused in on the top 3. So the outputs of our equity coaches, they've been very busy over the last couple of years. They support the district with the development and implementation of our equity priorities in general. A big lift over the last several months has been the implementation district-wide of restorative practices. If you look over to the supporting data side, you'll see that as of October, so this is now actually a higher number, but as of October, there were 78 restorative practice workshops for school site staff throughout the district. Most of our principals, about 95% of our principals and vice principals have all been trained. They support the district-wide implementation, like I said, of restorative practices with our Tier 1 leadership teams as well, and that is ongoing right now. They coordinate and collaborate with other district staff. So they've been working with various departments in the district as well as all of our school sites. They participated in over 1,000 different coaching and planning sessions with our site and district staff just in this past year alone. They have created and facilitated diversity, equity, and inclusion professional development. 57, as of October, 57 different district DEI required sessions have been offered. And then they also created and facilitated numerous district DEI choice sessions. So besides the required ones, there was lots of different choice sessions that they've offered the entire district. They also are very focused at the site and have site-specific support. They've attended 338, as of October, 338 site meetings, PLCs, grade level meetings, PBIS meetings, Tier 2 meetings, et cetera. And then developed a district-wide equity-based instructional support materials. So as you know, you all pass our resolutions every month. I know we have many that come your way, and we thank you for supporting them and passing them. So our equity coaches have also created and updated and distributed to our school sites resources aligned with those resolutions, focused on state heritage and cultural resolutions, different books that our schools could use, different ideas and curriculum and instruction that they can use in the classroom supporting those resolutions. And they work in collaboration with CPL on that. It won't here, but you have access to it, yes. It's also on the board agenda. They can click on it.
In terms of our next steps, as we're wrapping up the presentation, we will continue to gather output data. And I have the pleasure of meeting with a variety of folks, from Mr. Collier to Ms. Avey to Mr. Schweitzer to Mr. Singh, Mr. Riley, and Ms. Lavasser every Wednesday. And this is something that we're continuing to keep our eye on, and with the support of Jeremy, in terms of continuing to gather data and ongoing analysis of that data. We'll continue to explore opportunities and looking at the relationships between outputs and outcomes. We're always looking at how we can get better understanding of X equaling Y in terms of outputs and outcomes. And then ongoing review of budget priority positions, and that's what I was talking about earlier, looking at seeking alternative funding sources and then examining the viability of filling positions. That's what I referenced earlier on. And then to conclude, this is what we're asking for the board to consider in your discussion. Process feedback. We're always looking at, is there a way that we can tweak what we're doing to continue to improve the information that we're gathering, so that, again, the ultimate goal is that staff has information to bring a recommendation to the superintendent brings a recommendation to you, the board, that you have the best possible information to make decisions. The data format feedback, very much open to that. Provide perspectives regarding the priority rankings, if you have any questions or any thoughts regarding the rankings, and then any ideas you may have about data-based information that could assist. Is there something else, another source of data or another data point or points that would benefit you as board members in making decisions? And with that, Madam President, I turn it back over to you, and we're here to either answer any questions or for you to engage in a conversation. And thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Ms. Albiani.
Just, Ms. Jameson, we did have one public comment. I just want to make sure that.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards?
Yes, we do. We have one blue card. So our blue card is Diane Campbell.
Hello. Thank you so very much. My name is Diane Campbell. I am here as president of AFSCME Local 258, a proud president of about, 1,100, 1,200 employees in the district, so thank you. I had the opportunity to participate as president with a couple of the other AFSCME leadership and the rest of the bargaining units and cabinet members about the priorities that you just reviewed for the positions that were funded through the ESSER program, and understanding that they are funded until June of 2026 because of the extensions that we've been able to have through the governor, as well as here within Elk Grove Unified School District, of the allocations of the money. However, I do want to bring up a reminder that these are all, well-deserving positions, but there's still a need for support staff within this district. I have spoken several months ago about the concerns for our maintenance and operations department, our warehouse department, and those positions that need to be filled. We have in our facilities master plan for the next 10 years, and especially with the passing of Measure N, at least another 5 schools that we will be opening within the next 10-year phase. Last school board meeting, we had the annual 5-year plan from the planning department, and that's listing 6 schools plus a student support center, whether that's another district office or support for maintenance and operations or transportation, whatever that may be, plus the traditional classroom upgrades and modernizations that we're going to go through. And the contractors will handle all of that, but once those facilities are turned over, then it's up to our maintenance operation and grounds department to fulfill that. I mean, we have 3 locksmiths for a school this size. We have, we have 64 maintenance and operation positions that are out in the field. We have 41 grounds workers that are out in the field. And again, thank you, Mr. Superintendent Hoffman, for recognizing the work that they did on the outside, so we have that curb appeal. When it comes to the warehouse workers, we have 8 delivery drivers. We cover 320 square miles. We're adding more schools, but we only have 8 people to drive those routes. So that is a concern that I have as AFSCME president. I feel that as we're looking, as we're looking into that, we need to make sure that we are aware of that. And then also school site controllers at the high school level, the amount of money that they bring through and the support that they need in an 8-hour job with traditional budget, as well as handling ASB money. It's an advocacy I have brought up before in negotiations and human resources one-on-one, and I haven't found the right group to have that conversation with, but we really need to look at FTE and taking some of that burden and stress off of our site controllers as well. So thank you, President Jamerson, school board trustees, Mr. Hoffman, Ludi, and thank you everybody for those that are leaving the board. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. And Madam President, that is the only blue card we have.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Albiani.
Well, I think I'll understand why some people want to talk more to this today. For myself, we are in a process, and participating in that process and just going through that process is where I feel we're at. So my comments are short. I want to point out on page 5, 6, and 7, when we're listing those, we're including benefits and total cost for people, correct? Yes, okay. I just want the public to know that's a full cost. That doesn't mean that's what their paycheck is. That's what they cost us. And that's that can be shocking. We have very nice benefits. I appreciate it on page 20 that we're working to, we're working to seek alternative sources of ongoing funding. I greatly appreciate that. I know Title I, we do have other funding, and now we've proven value. Being able to work that in without having to include these is great. So I appreciate the way we try to take all our money and work it to the best for us. I like the format very much. The outputs and supporting data are a great addition to make you feel like you know what's getting done. I know it's hard, like, to put a number on everything, but to give you an understanding of that job in a better way, because it's hard for us to know every single one of these jobs. And so it's a very, very, I think it's a successful way to express that. And then I'm sure the public might wonder, like, how much money do we have? And we don't know how much money we have, because that's how education's funded. We don't know how much money we have till the governor decides how much money we have. And then they decide it once, and then they decide it a second time, and then they might take some of it back. And so it's a little bit of a nightmare in that planning way. So the public should know there isn't a reason we don't have, like, we have this much and we can do this. We are in a process, and the governor's budget has not been released, and it has not been confirmed either, which is a second step. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vargas?
All right. Trying to be as responsive to the questions or the things that you asked of us as possible. I think, I agree with a lot of what my colleague already said in terms of process. I think one of the things that I think would be helpful, in terms of additional information, would be sort of some of the digging down into the reasons why there are disconnects between the principals and the LCAP, collaborative, in terms of like why there were differences. I mean, some of the differences between the numbers are somewhat intuitive. There are positions that that principals interact with directly, where clearly you can see the principals have said that's a bit more of a priority for us than the LCAP group did, and so that makes sense. But to kind of dig down into that would be helpful to understand why there's that disconnect, and that might help us with decision making down the road. Let's see what else. I think that's consistent with some of the conversations that I've had with principals over the past couple of months as we've been talking about some of their interest in the priorities. I've noted that principals tend to like not just the direct staff that they interact with, but administrative and office staff or central office staff that push into the campus. They tend to appreciate that as well. There was at least a couple of principals I talked to really appreciated like the equity coaches, because the equity coaches aren't just central staff, right? They push into the campuses. They're on campuses, engaging with students, engaging with staff all the time, and supporting in a variety of different ways. So that is all consistent. I'm not at all surprised that they like having vice principals. Wasn't at all surprised with the health and safety. I think that, yeah, for me, what would be most helpful going forward would be sort of some more information in those disconnect areas, like why are there those differences there? But I think otherwise, this is just a whole lot of information and a whole lot of really good information. So I appreciate that. So.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Chávez Espinosa?
Thank you, Madam President. First off, with respect to process and presentation, I think we should place a little bit more weight on the opinions of those who are going to be using these in the next year to make these very difficult decisions, so I'll be very brief. The data collection, I think was fabulous. I see our commitment to continuous improvement in everything. It's the most forced of forced choices I've seen in a good way. I think that was very necessary. The idea of forcing people to use the equal numbers of 1s, 2s, and 3s kind of tickled me. I see the need for it. We might consider a similar approach here with the board, and that's because of the subject matter, right? You go down the list, every single one of those is bringing value to our students. There's no fat to cut there. So even more than normal, right? We always want to involve the folks who are closest to the students. But even more than normal, I would lean on those opinions in making these decisions going forward because sure, we can analyze, we can talk about policies, and every single one of these is aligned with our policies, and we can try to rank in terms of priorities, but I don't know that we are going to get very far trying to rank foster, homeless, EL, refugees, against each other. They all have some really high support needs. So I'm not trying to punt here. I'm not trying to shy away from a difficult decision, but just that would be my suggestion going forward, that we lean as heavily as we can on the perceptions of the people who are closest to the students to see the value of these different interventions. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fortuna?
Thank you. I'm going to make a comment before I ask my questions. And the comment is certainly for everyone, but more specifically for the incoming board members and the public. The decisions that are going to be made about the priority update listings is probably one of the most important things that have occurred since I've been on this board, and probably in the last 20 years with this district, because of the implications it's going to have. We don't have the new money that would be necessary at this point to fund these positions. That means if decisions are made to maintain ESSER positions, the money's going to have to come from existing program. And as I said in my comments earlier, what we need to be cognizant of is the fact that the children in the classrooms generate the money. So if you want to fund positions that are not funded, then the only place to look is the children's classroom, and you better be very, very, very careful if you're going to take the dollars out of the classroom. Mark, can we go to page 2, please? For number 4, Mark, we'll start there. What type or what specific information was given to the people who have the responsibility for the ranking? And do we know how or if the labor group leaders receive data from their members? Or do those rankings just reflect leadership opinions?
The answer to the first question regarding what information was provided to the people who were participating in the ranking process, the format that you saw related to here's positions, and actually the 2 pages, right? There's one with alignment to our strategic goals and the perspective feedback, and the second was the output data. Going all the way back to the origin of when we had significant amount of monies coming into the district, and there were certain requirements regarding how those monies were spent, but obviously there's some flexibility. When we made determinations, for example, if it was equity coaches, if it was academic intervention teachers, if it was social workers, what was done by led by the folks here that are overseeing those departments and then those specific department directors is what's termed a logic model. And what you see is kind of a morphed version of that. Logic models have been around for a long time. They basically, it's a format, a simple one-page or a simple format graphic representation of input, output, and outcome. And so every one of those positions was based on a logic model. Folks got the logic model information, and then it was updated with, and here's all the outputs that are occurring. So they were given information just like you're seeing here. So they had the full set of data that we have. So that's the response to the first question, Mr. Forcina. The second question regarding our labor group leaders, we did not specifically tell them and say, here's the expectation is that you get feedback from all of your members. And I'd have to actually ask each of those labor group leaders in terms of who they did engage in that process.
Mr. Forcina, just one more note. When we did the final set of information, if you go to the timeline, Mark, real quick.
Certainly.
We actually asked the labor partners and the principals, if you look back in February, where's the prioritization? The pilot. So the pilot process in January, we did this process once, and then we asked for feedback. And one of the things they said is they needed additional information. And that's where we ended up giving them really clear about the number of positions, dollars spent, and some of the output data. So we morphed the process based on feedback we received when we did the pilot process. As people were asking, who were being asked to make rankings, they asked for specific information, and that's what we tried to provide.
Okay. So we don't know, with respect to the labor leaders, whether or not their rankings reflect the attitude of the membership or the attitude of the leaders. That's what I heard.
I can't respond directly. I don't have a specific answer to that, Mr. Forcina.
I think it's an important question. Page 4. There's 5 bullets there in terms of budget priority foundations. There's one bullet that to me should be there, and I certainly, in my input, would request that there be some discussion about it. And specifically, why is there not a bullet, if we're talking budget, about enhancing existing program? We just had a presentation on student support. 4, yeah. Why is there not a bullet?
Isn't that bullet 4?
No.
I think that's the intention of number 4.
Well, that's your intention. That you would.
It's the agreed upon intention.
Yeah, because we don't spend any time talking about existing program. It's a bullet, but we don't, in a sense, you just explained it, but we don't talk about the enhancement of existing programs. To put an item on a piece of paper doesn't really speak to need. We just had a presentation on student support. They definitely could use additional support to provide additional service, and data suggests that there's benefit there. Same thing in other programs. And I just say that when the budget decisions are going to be made, they should be comprehensive in terms of looking at what do we do currently, or we're doing, what is its value, what are its needs versus the addition of something new. 6.
And just very quickly, Mr. Forcina, the Superintendent Hoffman mentioned that is the intention of the 4th bullet. And just as a reminder, and I know you're aware, these are sequential. So if we have $1 to spend, you start at the top. You don't just kind of randomly go, so what do we want to do? It starts at the top and moves its way down. And the last consideration, not saying it's not important, they're all important, but the final consideration is adding new.
It's nice to hear that. Page 6. One thing that I had mentioned in previous meetings, can you go to page 7? God darn it. If you bear with me for 1 second, please.
Are you looking for a specific position, sir?
Yeah, it's data on equity, SEL coaches. I thought it was page 6.
Oop. It's at the, I believe it's at the top of that page.
Page 6, top.
The equity SEL coaches?
Is that what that is? No. There was the breakout sheet. No.
Page 19?
Give me a sec. Put so many numbers on here. Okay. And the questions I ask with respect to this page, I could ask on many of the pages. The data presented on this page and other pages with respect to coaches, as I interpret it, talks about providing staff development. And we've had discussions about the importance of the adults having information in order that they can improve the learning of the children. But we have coaches in everything. And for me, it comes down to one simple question, and it's not part of the documents. And that is, how much time is directly spent with the children in the classroom and or with the teacher supporting their efforts in the classroom? It's nice to have this overall umbrella, which is what CPL is all about. But as the board is going to make decisions with respect to, do we keep things we're doing or enhance things we have been doing, that to me is a very, very important question. How much time is in the classroom supporting the kids? Because we got this huge structure that supports adults.
If I could
Yeah,
make
go ahead.
a very quick comment in response to that. And again, not just pointing to the fact that I'm old and I've been around for a while, but coaching has definitely expanded. And when I was in a prior position as Associate Superintendent of Education Services and working with curriculum and professional learning, one of these, it may be the central question that I asked was, how are we evaluating the effectiveness of these resources? Because we are pulling teachers, these teachers, we're taking high quality teachers. In order to become a coach, it means you are a very, very good teacher. So the question could be asked, are they of more value there, or are they of more value in a classroom? And if you ask parents and kids, what do you think they're going to say? They're going to say, I want that teacher and I want my kids in that teacher's classroom. So it's a really important decision that we make when we're pulling people out and working with that. And I don't want to give the impression that what we're doing is we're increasing class sizes because we're pulling people out of that. I don't want to give that impression. But one of the primary lessons that we learned was that having a coach go in, and they still do. They may be coaching it and using after school time, or even working with a team of teachers at the elementary level or secondary level, and they're doing it during the school day, and they're pulling teachers together. However, there has been a dramatic shift. We used to do what was called trainer of trainers, meaning you came to the district office, you got trained by coaches, and then you went back and you now had the capacity to train others. And it was flawed. It was flawed because a single training or even 2 days of training doesn't equip necessarily people to go back and now train your staff. It takes far more than that. And so what we have done is there has been a dramatic shift where the training is taking place in the classroom during instruction. So they're modeling, then they're facilitating and watching and providing direct feedback. So your question is a very, very good one, and I jotted information down where we can adjust some of the data and try and fine tune that so we can give an indication of the degree to which training was within the instructional setting or outside of. There is a need for both, but absolutely our coaching model, regardless of the coach where those coaches are, in our multilingual education department, CPL, equity, the bulk of that training and the focus of that training is embedded in the classroom.
Thank you, Mark, because again, I just think that's an important issue. Adult learning is important, but at what point do you say, okay, what is provided in the classroom supersedes the increase in the district support level, and I just think that is a really, really important item to look at. Because and when you talk coaches, I'm not going to be making the decisions, but I think it's going to be very interesting. As I said, we have coaches in a lot of things, and I don't think no one would argue the fact that I spend a lot of time at all the schools, and it's only 2 coaching groups that people really ever talk about. With the myriad of coaches we have, it's only 2 that people say are beneficial.
I think if you did ask a specific EL-related or multilingual education-related question, I think you'd probably find benefit there as well, because I'm guessing you may have heard equity and CPL. I'm guessing that. The 3 primary departments are multilingual education, curriculum, professional learning, and our equity department, primarily where they are, and they do function. All of those coaches, so for example, when they come and there's training that takes place, they all, and I want to make sure I'm not saying anything because I'm looking over at my colleague, Ms. Avey, who was basically overseeing that, all that coaching, is all of our coaches go through the same type of coaching because they are instructional coaches. That's the key. We do have some non-teachers who are providing, Lisa, I believe we have some of our wellness providers, but they all are together. So your multilingual education, CPL, and equity coaches, they come, is it monthly, Ms. Avey? So if you want to speak to that for just a second, that'd be great.
So I think just to build on what Mr. Cerruti is sharing with you, all of our instructional coaches, the model is coach, train, and facilitate. So if you look at research on professional development, the only direct service that any coach in an instructional coach position would be providing directly to a student would be through a demonstration lesson or a co-teaching lesson. So their work really is around coaching, training, and facilitating the adults in the organization. What we have really strived for over the years is to find where that balance is, but it depends on which coach and what their focus is. There might be a time period with an initiative that's coming out of our multilingual education department that they need to do more training. And then 6 months later, 9 months later, they might be doing more coaching on it. There might be time periods where we're examining data and supporting data analysis. So there might be elements of greater facilitation. But the way it is set up with instructional coaches in all 3 departments, we work very collaboratively together, is to have a focus around training for how they are better at coaching, cognitive coaching, training, how you are a trainer and how you understand adult learning theory, and then facilitation skills around facilitating meetings that lead to outcomes for student achievement.
Yeah, you know, we're talking budget now, and I appreciate what you just shared, and I don't want to get into it, but it's absolutely, I mean, it's productive that the training is done. How do you know that the training is actually being provided within the classroom such that the children benefit from that training?
One of the things we've done, Mr. Forcina, they're good questions that you're asking. And these are the, I'm not saying this to dismiss the quality of your questions, but these are the same questions that we're asking, you know, Ms. Avey and I, and Dr. Lilly and things of that nature, anybody who has coaches, Ms. Lavasser. We do gather information. So this could be an entire presentation, so I'm going to be brief.
Yeah.
But first thing that I would say is this, and that is we've had tremendous partnership with EGEA and EGEA leadership related to coaching in terms of what they do, how many we have, the benefits that it's resulting in with the non-coaches, the teachers in the classrooms. And so our EGA leadership has considerable interest in this as well. And when in particular,
can I stop you right there?
Of course.
Yeah, because it's about people in the unit.
Well, I would say this: my conversations haven't been related to increasing membership. My conversations.
They wouldn't be.
Well, I'm not dismissing that, but my conversations have been specific to if there is a coach working with them to ask the very question that you just asked. So how do we know that this is benefiting teachers? So the work, CPL, Curriculum and Professional Learning, is the origin of coaching, but actually the origin of our instructional framework, and this is where this conversation could meander, and before you know it, I'm telling a long and detailed story, and I won't do that. But the instructional framework originated through work looking at our EL instruction in the classroom. And one of the things that we've done is we've become, and I want to be careful in what I say, it's become more prescriptive and defined. And so that doesn't mean that we're telling all teachers you need to be on page 1 on day 1 and page 2 on day 2. But what does it mean to provide high quality EL instruction? And so that's what started to lead toward our instructional framework. That's where we started to work with EGEA leadership to say, we need to get feedback from teachers to say you were trained, and are you implementing what you're training, what you were trained in? We also ask principals, this is a teacher who was trained, are you seeing what was trained? We also ask kids. And so this is the work that we've done with our teaching and learning PIC, the program implementation continuum, because we look to say if a teacher, for example, says, I was trained and I'm implementing it, a principal says, I see it, and kids say, I'm experiencing it, what we're finding is we're finding tremendous and accelerated results for all students, but in particular, our traditionally underperforming kids. So it is directly related to, I was trained, I used it, principals saw it, kids said I experienced it, and those kids are actually showing increased and accelerated academic growth. So you're asking a really good question, and I'm saying we don't have it perfect, but we are asking all the people connected to this whether or not what's being trained is being done.
And that's important, and I understand that it's difficult to clearly state that the result of a particular intervention makes a difference. But what I look at, and we've had discussions in public and private, what I look at, for me, the outcome, one of the outcomes is published data. And the CASP scores and the dashboard scores are not, to me, really positive thing. And so we have all this superstructure, and we're looking at output data in terms of how we're going to spend our money. And I look at the CASP and the dashboard outcome data, and I go, are we really doing what we need to do? Page, and this, Jeremy might have to help me here. On page 13 and 18, what is the rationale, I guess is the question, and I have my understanding, but what's the rationale to show an average? Because in this particular example, the principals have academic intervention teachers that's super important. As I go to the schools, I would concur. Everybody talks about the value they perceive from academic intervention teachers. Then you have the collaborative, which is a group of people who are not necessarily directly involved with the children, understand what the needs are, understand what the implementation techniques are, and they come up with, well, it's 1.6. So then you have an average. And to me, in this, I understand the purpose of average in my head, but I want to, have yours, is like, I don't care what the average is, because I'm looking at one group saying it's really, really important, and another group saying, well, it's not as important. So for, me, the average, if I'm going to make decisions, I'm not going to base it on the average.
Yeah, and Mr. Porcini, to kind of speak that real quick, is that's one of the pieces in the feedback. In the end, there's going to be 8 board members that look at the same exact information, but glean certain pieces of it as more important than others. And so we're trying to make sure that the information that we're providing gives the individuals what they need to be able. So if in your case you value one set of information over another, that's okay. I mean, but making sure that the entire board has a breadth of information that they can each pick and choose the ones that are of most value, because there's not going to be agreement on any data point that board members aren't going to interpret any data point exactly the same. You're going to bring your experiences, and you're going to pick and choose which data points you think are the most important.
I understand that, but I was curious with respect to the listing and the utilization of an average in this process.
Well, there are lots of different ways that we could have represented this information, right? I could have given you the percentage of respondents that indicated as the highest, the percent that indicated as number 2 or number 3. I think we're just trying to strike a balance between simplicity and straightforwardness of information with, a fire hose of information. But the aggregates are this information is disaggregated in a variety of ways.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Mark, on the presentation. Again, I just want to say that the decisions that are going to be made down the road are going to be very important, and the people making the decisions need to have a good understanding with respect to how the data was gathered, especially to me as it pertains to the input of membership within your labor groups as opposed to just the input of the leadership, because that then is a narrow opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez?
First of all, has the Department of Education done a on-site review of our LCAP?
You mean the California Department of Education?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't say that we've had specific meetings where we're called out and not called out, but specifically audited. What we do is we provide and submit our LCAP, which I can't speak to the review process that the state has, but that's what we do. Our primary, the primary organization that is most directly connected to our LCAP is the county. And we work very closely with the county. I mean, very closely.
Has the Department of Education come to our district office,
No,
do an on-site review of our account?
no,
Were they ever scheduled to?
no. It's really the function of, I can't speak specifically to the process that's being used at the state, but it's the county offices of education that are the primary organizations that do that, because we have multiple meetings. I have numerous meetings
I know you
as
have-
it's being developed, but
Question
also once
was-
it's completed. We do an analysis before it's even brought to the County Board of Education, a deep dive. They literally will catch if somebody, if I missed that we have 2 periods at the end of a sentence, they catch it. So we have meetings both from a programmatic and fiscal perspective with the county.
So since 2012, we never had a on-site review from the Department of Education regarding our LCAP.
Mr. Perez, the legislature put together the laws in relation to the LCAP, and the legislature gave the county offices of ed the responsibility of reviewing district LCAP. So that's the process that the legislature put in place.
Let me tell you why I asked that question. I've been on the Department of Education site, and we were scheduled to have an on-site review, and they're randomly done throughout the state, not because we have a problem. It's just that they just choose a variety of districts to do on-site reviews. And I seen that we were on the calendar, but yet as of today, I have never seen an on-site review of that particular year.
I'm not aware of
Okay.
of an LCAP review group by the
fine.
no, hold on. But what you may have seen is federal program monitoring. And we have been scheduled just about every year, I think staff can speak to, that the State Department of Ed does send representatives, and they do a full audit of all of our programs. And they pick and choose which ones they're going to look at in individual districts, but they're putting together a summation that goes to the feds as well. And because we are big, because we have a variety of funding sources, and because we're close to Sacramento, we almost always end up in that. So we've had the federal program monitoring process happen in Elk Grove Unified multiple times over the past 12 years.
When was our last one?
A month ago?
Yeah.
We're just finishing it up right now.
We're in the midst of finalizing.
And when
it
are
as
we going to
speak.
have the report of that one?
I don't have a date on that top of my head.
And before that, when can we review the final report that was completed?
Or the current one?
No.
Which one are you talking about?
Well, you said almost every year they do one.
That we've had it multiple times
what-
over the past
okay.
12 years.
Okay, what was the last year they gave a complete report of the on-site review?
I don't have that answer off the top of my head.
Do you?
No, but it's typically and I'm looking over at some of my other colleagues, because it's typically every other year. And Kristen, if you wanted to mention it, and there's they'll look at programs, and they'll look at,
Right.
so Kristen and I and our staff collaborate on that. It's very common. It's for FPM, the Federal Program Monitoring. And so we're literally finalizing the most recent one, which is this year. And then what we do is we get an email, and they tell you, here are the schools we're going to, and then they'll tell you, and here are the various programs we're going to.
Okay.
And then, we're working directly with people. I'm safe to say
I'm aware of
it
that.
is an audit.
But I'm asking, the last report that they reported back to us,
Well, they don't. The only thing we do is what they'll do is
that was
there's a-
completed as a result of on-site reviews of pre-K to 12.
So we could go back, we're in the midst of
That
one
you have a
now.
copy in your office.
What I would do is there's a budget connection to this, and then there's also, our
Program.
SIS department, School Improvement Support, Mr. Bird. And that would be the last time that we finalized any finding we had and completed all the findings that we had. It would have been from a couple of years ago, and I'm sure that we have that report.
And their recommendations?
They don't necessarily provide recommendations. This is saying if they identify something when they use the term finding. So
Okay,
if there's
findings.
if there's something and they're asking a question about the use of funds, or they're asking a question about something that's being done in our schools, we work through those, and ultimately we resolve every finding. And once all the findings are resolved, I would say this, and that is, a district of our size, we have very, very few findings in terms of the findings that we have. And so this is something we've been doing for years, and we've got good structures in place to go through the FPM process.
Mr. Perez, Mr. Forcina and I sit on the audit committee, and those come up through that. Mr. Forcina and I have sat on the audit committee for years, and those come up through there.
I'm not talking about audits. I'm talking about on-site reviews of the LCAP.
Well, and what they aren't doing is they aren't necessarily reviewing the LCAP. That's not what they review.
They're reviewing programs.
Yes, okay.
So, Mr. Perez, can you focus back on this presentation?
Yeah, because it is focused on this issue. On these reports, like start with page 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, this is a district-wide report of the whole budget. But again, we do not have the region amount of positions or the cost that you're spending on these particular regions. That's a big concern of mine. And it always has been, because I think of equity funding. The only example that I can see within these pages is on page 6. Family community liaisons, 1 per region, 9 positions. There's 7 regions. Where do the other 2 go to?
We have 9 high school regions.
I'm thinking of.
No, you're thinking
Board
trustee areas. We do it. We've said this 100
So
times.
in other words,
9 high school regions.
And say 1, then we should say 1 per high school.
That's what the 9 regions mean.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, have we did an equity, or have we ever did an equity funding audit?
You mean related to the equity department?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and again, when you say audit, do you mean we as a district, an internal audit?
Yes.
Well, we are constantly, every one of our department directors. So in terms of our director of the educational equity department, yeah, Ms. Lavasser works directly with CJ, and I work directly with them, and we are constantly looking at inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Constantly, to determine, are we getting return on investment that we need?
Well, the reason why I asked, I saw a report regarding at the California School Board Association. One particular district did that. And just like they did, Sacramento Unified did an equity report on facility spending. And that's what I proposed to have done one time, but it has not been done yet. My concern, like Mr. Forcina, is these state reports which reflect in high school, Florin, Valley, Monterey, you brought that to my attention the other day, the last meeting, that we need more support services in those geographical areas. So I cannot determine where these positions are going according to what you mentioned last week or last meeting. So, and and my job is make sure that the spending is accountable to where the need is. So I cannot determine that with these type of reports, just like the report that you gave us on BC number 78, Fall California School Dashboard. Again, you give me a report of all those schools, every site within our district, but you do not rank them by need. You know, in order for us as board members to determine where the money is going, they should be going by according to the dashboard and the other state testing scores to deal with those poor outcomes of these high school, middle schools, elementary schools that we are having continuously are having problems with low outcomes reports, outcomes, academic outcomes.
And we do differentiate in two specific areas when it comes to resources. Because the schools that you're mentioning, those are title schools which receive specific funding.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also provide our schools supplemental concentration monies.
Mm-hmm.
And those schools also receive higher levels of supplemental concentration.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to ask next. Are we spending concentration and supplemental monies to those geographical areas? And what positions of this report, page 5 through 7, are going to those, those funds are going to these positions? Is family community liaisons, is that funded?
These funds are ESSER. These are ESSER funds we're discussing.
What?
These are ESSER funds.
Not general fund positions yet.
These are, okay. Well, I should have that heading on this because the way it looks, that's a big question. Are they general funds, Title I funds, or ESSER funds? Yeah.
They're grant funded. We're using the dollars that the governor and the legislature gave us to continue. They're not actually ESSER positions anymore. These are board priorities that we're using the one-time dollars from the state to continue those through June of 2026, which we've spoken to many times.
Back page 1, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fertitta.
Page 1.
Mr. Perez, page
1. There. If these are all ESSER funds, it should say so. Because there's people in our community looking at this, they look at this, they think, oh, this must be Title I, or this general fund, or what is it?
Thank you for the feedback.
Does that wrap up your questions?
No. Who does audit reviews of this program?
Of what program, sir?
Of ESSER funds.
All the individuals, so it trickles down. So
no, I mean at the state or federal level.
Pardon?
Who does audit reviews of our program, ESSER funds? County? Did you say county?
Mr. Perez, I can speak to that. So we audit all of our funds, the entire budget.
Internally, correct?
Internally, and so they do both our local revenue, they also do any federal revenue like ESSER, which recently expired at the end of September. So all of the positions and the budget that we're talking about today is our Learning Recovery Block Grant, one-time funds that we've been talking about over the last 18 months. So just as clarity, in our next board meeting, we'll go over our first interim, which will be the glimpse of the entire district budget.
Question was, who does program audit reports or evaluations, how successful we're doing with these fundings at the state or federal government level?
That's not the item on this agenda.
That's not their role.
We're off the agenda.
And they're not doing that.
They're not doing it?
No.
Mr. Perez?
We
a
are.
Slide 21 is asking for board feedback and information. So if you look at slide 21, that's the information they're asking from us.
Correct. But there, on programs, wherever we do, there is objectives to the program. There are on-site reviews that happen by program, evaluations, and their recommendations. Strengths and weaknesses. We have strengths and weaknesses. We have good programs here and there, but yet the state and the federal government has guidelines on the way you spend this money. Okay, right? Okay, so, and they have on-site reviews, audit reviews.
If you look at the second presentation that was attached to this, that data is listed per program.
You do a geographic information system spatial analysis of how we're using this money and the outcomes, academic outcomes as a result of how much money you use geographically by high school. That's fine with me.
So what we do, Mr. Perez, just as a reminder, that if you hear the term PIC, Program Implementation Continuum.
Yes.
So despite the fact that the LCAP is really the environment where they ask a couple of things. How are you using your money? But they'll ask the question that we're responding to in the LCAP is how do you know what you're doing is working?
Right.
And then we respond to that in the LCAP. This that we're talking about here is not connected to it, albeit we are going to have to write to these in this current LCAP. This is going to be embedded, and they are asking questions about this in the LCAP. So that is, these elements will be there. We as a district are nationally recognized for the approach we've taken to evaluate educational programs. It's not easy, but that's what we refer to as having PIC data. And so, for example, every one of our schools, we have an evaluation of their EL program, their PBIS program, their teaching and learning as it relates to. So we have a growing number of those, and we can do it by individual school. We can look at it by region. We have the capability of doing all of that. And that's actually where the greatest attention that we've been giving.
By classroom too.
Well, we move into classroom levels to certainly gather data, and that is something that we're continuing to try and look at, yes. But we evaluate our educational programs. We do. Internally. And if anybody came from the outside to ask us questions, we would be prepared to answer those questions.
And what organization are you mentioning that were recognized? That
we were recognized by Harvard University.
Harvard?
You're the only school district in the nation to be recognized.
Why is it so geographically in high poverty areas like Valley, Florin, and Monterey, we have poor outcomes? What part of this program is not working?
Well, I would say I think we're doing the right work in the right way. And historically, when you're working through issues of high poverty in many of those areas, we're wrestling with the challenge of ensuring that we're able to overcome many of the challenges that our kids come to school with. And ultimately, what we're continuing to do, and again, I'll say with support from our teacher leadership, but it's more than just our teachers. It's how are we providing the highest quality instruction? How are our paraeducators providing the highest quality support? All of that work is going in to ultimately improve the quality of education in every one of our classrooms. But certainly, as someone who taught in and was a principal of only title schools, I'm not saying that non-title schools don't have challenges, because they do. But there are some specific challenges that certainly present themselves that we're working to overcome.
The last question I have, do you have anything on English language learners in this report on this?
There are some positions that were specific to English language learners, yes.
What page? page?
I'm going back to him,
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Perez. And they're listed, just so folks know, we listed all of these positions so no one could assume that there's a prioritization. They're listed they're in alpha order. And so you can see their EL coordination is
Which one?
connected to it, and am I missing another one?
Bottom of 5 and bottom of 6.
Which?
Yeah.
Was this 7? There was another one with,
Where's the other page?
I'm looking for it too.
Right at
There
the
you can see
bottom.
EL coordination at the bottom of that page, Mr. Perez.
Elementary,
and I will-
intervention teacher?
And I'll say this, and
Valley
that
High
is, this is an area, the EL area is an area where Dr. Lilly, we have alternative funding for some of these. We're optimistic we're going to have alternative funding for some of these positions. But EL was taken into consideration. EL support was taken into consideration.
Hold on here.
These monies.
Alternate funding. I thought you said this is going to be used by these particular fund.
Well, they are, but we're also looking at alternative funding. So there's monies that we receive, Title III and some
Right.
monies, and so we're constantly examining how we're using those monies, and we take into serious consideration the effectiveness of these positions, and can we potentially reallocate money to maintain programs, but also drop these positions into what we would consider to be permanent funding.
Do we receive Title III?
Yes, we do.
Mr. Cerruti, just as a point, if you go to page 7, second line from the bottom, there's another 11.6
thank you, sir.
FTE related to EL learners.
Thank you, sir. The second to the bottom, Mr.
The
Perez.
big screen.
Okay.
Teachers to support needs for,
And where are those going?
those are, I'd have to have Dr. Lilly specifically address where those are. Some of these, I don't necessarily think it is, and I don't want to speak out of turn or inaccurately on this. It's not necessarily that there are 11 full-time people. Could be augmentation to,
Needs of secondary EL, what does that mean?
it's to support EL services at our secondary schools, middle and high schools.
What about elementary?
Well, we viewed what we're doing is that we had, when I say adequate, I want to be careful about saying that, but we believed we had adequate resources at the elementary level. What was really needed was an enhancement to secondary. And thus, that's what was the recommendation when we were going through this
So what you're saying,
process.
our priorities right now for EL is at secondary level?
No, it's K-12, but specific to this, when we had additional monies coming, Dr. Lilly, doing an analysis of our program, determined that this was the highest need, one of the highest needs for EL support.
Saying we're okay at the elementary and middle school right now?
Well, this covers both middle and high school. The secondary is middle and high school. But the greater need when we were having, and these were finite resources, this was the recommendation that came from the person who oversees that department.
And the recommendation the board approved.
Still will need more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cerruti, for the presentation and to your team. Just in terms of your asks from us, I appreciate the process. I appreciate trying to share that data of the outputs and the outcomes, and specifically knowing that there are some work that is not easily measured in that capacity. And so I think that when we think about transformational impact to policies and practices and systems to support student-centered and human-centered cultural change, that is not always done one-on-one in the classroom. That is at the system level, that is at the site level, that is with teachers, with administrators. And so all of those, bringing everything into play to be able to make those decisions and be able to prioritize those. I want to thank the team for finding a way to give us that data to make those decisions. And I too share the thoughts from my colleagues about leaning into those that are impacted by all the folks that we're seeing on the screen, in addition to the committee and the board. So just leaning into those that are really affected to help get their perspectives as well. So thank you again for the presentation. Thank you to the team, and beyond the team of just putting this together, because I know that it goes beyond that in terms of trying to collect data and to think about what is that data. So I appreciate everyone's work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the entire board. The feedback is extremely helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm turning it over to Beth.
Hi, I just wanted to have the attention of our 4 board members. Mr. Yang reached out and apologized for not being able to be here today. And he said, "I'm sorry I couldn't be there to say it in person. And I thank each and every one of you for your dedication to serve Elk Grove Unified School District and appreciate your service deeply. And I wish you well in your next steps." So that's from Mr. Yang, and I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. All right. With that, we are going to call for a lunch break. And
Just to check real quick, I'm checking to see, so lunch will be delivered between 12 and 12:15 because we thought it was going to be 12:40. So we could get started with the equity on grading. If you want to take 5 minutes for people to stretch their legs and then come back and do that, we could, and we can stop partway through if the board decides to do that. But I think we can get started with the next item.
thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so 5-minute recess. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene. And we're going to go ahead and ask Miss Avey to come on up for the Grading for Equity presentation. And we'll go ahead and get started with the presentation, and then we may break for lunch and then do questions and comments after, just depending on the length of time.
Excellent. That sounds great. So I think we're still in morning, or are we in the afternoon? Let me check my clock here. Oh, it's afternoon. So good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. We are here today to give you an update on Grading for Equity. And I have a robust team that is here to support the presentation. But before we get into that, I just want to acknowledge that while the work has started with curriculum and professional learning, it is an initiative that has grown out of interest with EGA members and wanting more professional development opportunity to explore the concept, that we also have both departments have a strong partnership with educational equity. So it's one of the beauties of a lot of the work we do in Elk Grove that we don't always get to mention is the cross collaboration between departments when we look at an initiative, an opportunity, and we support the work by looking at capacity. So I want to make sure we're aware of that. So joining me today is going to be Dr. Jody Boyle, Dr. Shana Henry, and our program specialist, Diane Wilson, who oversees 712 math. I do want to point out there we have our elementary and secondary directors here because of a lot of the work that has to do with board policies, ARs, and how Ed Code is written. They support that work. So as we look at our district learning vision and we look at the goals that we have, the work really around here is about high quality curriculum instruction and assessment. But we could find grading would touch any of these areas because there's also portions of the report card that connect to how a student is functioning and also looking at family and community engagement. With that, we have our presentation overview. I'll invite Diane Wilson up and she'll do an overview of the definition of grading for equity. She'll provide some background on the professional learning that has happened. You'll get to actually hear from a couple voices around student impact. And then Dr. Henry and Dr. Boyle will end the presentation with looking at board policies and how our EGA contract supports grading in general. And then we'll conclude with some next steps. And with that, I'd like to invite up Diane Wilson. And the clicker works.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. I am Diane Wilson, and I am the program specialist for middle and high school math. And Grading for Equity came out of some work we were doing with our secondary math teachers. And the first thing we had to do was come up with what resource we were going to use. And we settled on the book Grading for Equity by Joe Feldman. It's not because somebody told us it was the best book, it was because it was the most usable in our opinion. It's chunked, so teachers don't have to read the whole book in order to get meaning from it. They can read it as they come to each new thing we're going to try. It also aligns with best practices in the field. It's based on 3 pillars that are the 3 essential pieces of Grading for Equity. What we discovered as we started the work, though, is that the identities that teachers and students bring into the classrooms with them are so closely tied to the 3 pillars that we actually did both simultaneously. And the 3 pillars of Grading for Equity, the first one is that grades have to be an accurate reflection of what a student knows around the content standards. The second is that it has to be crafted in such a way that our institutional biases are mitigated and also our own implicit biases are also addressed. And the last pillar is motivational, that grades should be motivational for students so that they want to learn more, not because it's giving them a higher grade, but because they actually are learning more, and the more they learn, the more they want to learn. So we start our professional learning with talking about the 0 to 100 grading scale. And that is, as I'm sure you know, still ubiquitous throughout our district. It's even in our board policy. And so the history of it is, centuries ago, education happened at home. And it might happen in a one-room schoolhouse where children from a large area gathered, but there wasn't really grading that was done. It was more along the lines of invite the teacher over for dinner and she'll tell you how your kids are doing. So with the Industrial Revolution, though, there was a need to educate a lot of children and to provide a succinct way of grading. And so over the years, grades became a thing, the A through F grades. But World War I is what really solidified it. If you've ever wondered, why is 70% the magic number for you know enough? It came out of World War I and intelligence testing. And it wasn't if you score 70% on our scientific test, you know enough to be an officer. It was if you score 70% on our scientific test, everybody below 70 is going to be an infantryman, and everybody above 70 is going to be an officer candidate, because it gives us the right ratio of officers to enlisted men. It had nothing to do with 70% being a satisfactory grade. But that's how it got interpreted over the years. And once Harvard started using it, well, then it was the best thing on earth. And so lots of people went to it. Also, in the middle of the 1900s, behaviorism became really a big thing, and Pavlov's dogs. And so here's your treat. This is your A. Here's what you have to do to get it. So when we start introducing this 0 to 100 idea to students, or to teachers rather, we talk about Priya. And Priya is a made-up student. And Priya took 3 quizzes this semester, and she got an F, a B, and a B. And we asked teachers, what grade, in your professional judgment, should that student have for those 3 quizzes to put in that category? And almost uniformly, teachers working together will say, a C or a C+. And we say, now let's give you some more information. Here are the percentages she got on those 3 quizzes. Now what will her grade be using your 0 to 100 system? Well, it comes out to be an F. And yet every person, when we looked at the F, B, and B, said, well, nobody is going to give her an F when she has 2 Bs. But the 0 to 100, it works out to an F. And that highlights the difference between a proportional and a non-proportional grading scale. We use both in education. We use the proportional scale when we compute GPAs. An F is a 0. It doesn't turn into a -3 because your F was 30%. An F is a 0 no matter what. In a non-proportional scale, the lower the F, the more it impacts a student's grade. So we started all of this with professional learning. In 21-22, we started only with Math 1 teachers, and about 1/3 of our Math 1 teachers volunteered to be in our cohort. The next year, we had a much larger cohort, and we opened it to every math teacher in grades 7 to 12. And we always include our special educators in this also, and we've always had special education math teachers in our cohorts. Then last year, we started a cohort in partnership with the elementary coaches and an equity coach, and we offered this to 4th to 6th grade teachers. And then this year, oops, I'm not at this year yet, sorry about that. That year is when we introduced DEI, the DEI courses. And so we developed 5 one-hour virtual sessions that teachers could take. If you look at the number of hours on those first 3 lines, it's a lot of hours put into this. So over 5 hours, teachers don't get enough to probably implement it, but they do get a taste of what grading for equity is, and then they can work with their equity coach or their CPL coach to start putting the practices into play. And since we started that last year, we've had over 1,250 teachers attend at least one session, and on average, they've attended just over 2 sessions because we're getting close to 3,000 hours now. This year, there are 2 cohorts of grade 4 to 6 teachers that are meeting. One just finished up, and the other will start in January. And in math, we are implementing new curricular materials. So we did not offer any cohorts this year because teachers have plenty to do with implementing the new materials. But our instructional coaches are supporting any teachers who want to start doing grading for equity work. And along the way, there have been sites, grade level teams, and departments that are interested in this work. And so there have been book studies going on for the last several years. So what did this do for students? Well, this is our group from our second cohort. So it was teachers who taught from Math 7 up through AP Calculus. And in the classrooms where we knew, because they were in our cohort, they were using grading for equity practices, 82% of the students in those classrooms, and it was a good sized group, it was nearly 3,100 students, 82% got an A, a B, or a C that first semester. When we looked at the classrooms with no known grading for equity practices, it was only 75% got an A, B, or C. And then, what does that mean? So had that 82% been 75, that would have meant 216 students would not have earned an A, a B, or a C. And on the other end, had the non-GFE practices group been at 82%, it means another 467 students would have passed. And we've had many, many conversations. Are kids just getting higher grades but not learning more? And every time we talk with teachers about it, I say, well, you know your kids. Do your kids this year know more than your kids last year? Oh yeah, for sure. And the difference is the students know what they know and what they don't know. If you get back a test that says 72%, okay, but you don't know what you're missing. When you get back a test that says you met the learning targets on this, 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 and this standard, but not on these 2 standards, then you know exactly what it is you need to work on. We also had some data on just Math 1 students in that same group from that second cohort. So overall, grade 9 students in Math 1, those are students who are on grade level students. Their overall grade went up, I'm going to say this the right way, 17/100ths of a grade point. So they went from a B to some other kind of B, and there are several ways to interpret that. And then when you look at the math or the grade 8 Math 1 students, those decreased a letter grade. And that's what should happen. Because in grading for equity, that accuracy pillar means we don't give points for participation, turning work in on time, extra credit. So when you take out those things that our highest performing students are usually really good at taking advantage of, their grade goes down. But what happened too was that the correlation of their grades to their CASP scores got much better. Before, their grades were higher than their CASP scores indicated they should have been. And then our Black students in Math 1, they had an increase of nearly 50/100ths or half of a letter grade over the course of the semester. And so student and teacher impact. So I will tell you, these 2 teachers were super nervous. So they didn't smile, which I was hoping they would, but what they have to say is really interesting.
A grading for equity practice that I have incorporated into my classroom is 50% minimum grading. The point of 50% minimum grading is that the goal of school and them being here with us is learning, not just accumulating points in the grade book. It allows them to realize that our purpose here is to be on their team and to help motivate them, and ultimately that we want them to learn.
She is a 6th grade teacher, and then Mr. Bua is a science teacher, high school.
Hi, I'm Nick Bua. I'm a science teacher at Monterey Trail High School. And one of my favorite things about grading for equity is the retakes and reassessments and being able to let students be human, right? Like, they have their bad days, and sometimes they just need a chance to try again and really prove that they know something. And some students, it takes a lot more time to learn something than others, and being able to try again and really show growth and allows them to flourish and do much better than they have in a traditional grading practice. So that's why I love grading for equity.
All right, and next, Dr. Jody Boyle.
Good afternoon. I know we're eager to send you all off to lunch, so I wanted to be able to provide just some background on the administrative guidance that is provided to teachers through Education Code, Board Policy, Administrative Regulations, and their EGEA teacher's contract. So the first, looking at Education Code 49066, which states that grades are determined by the teacher, and those grades will not be changed without teacher agreement. Education Code 4906 further states that conferencing or written reports are required to parents whenever it becomes evident that a student is in danger of failing. From Education Code 49066 and 49067, we have Board Policy 5121, which guides teachers in understanding that grades provide feedback on performance expectations, and they identify specific areas of strengths and challenge areas or needs of improvement areas. Teachers then ensure that their grades conform to a uniform grading policy. So these specific grades are based on standards, and they inform parents specifically on how their child's grades, how their children will achieve those grades, and how they are evaluated. Board Policy 5121 continues with stating that students' grades are based on their academic work and mastery of district standards. So one specific area that I want to look at is the elements that are not included. So elements such as attendance, effort, student conduct, work habits, those are not factored into the academic grade. However, teachers are provided an opportunity to share that feedback through report cards. In both the elementary and secondary report cards, there is a section provided where they can provide details on how those work habits have either benefited or have had a negative effect on grades. And then 4906 of Ed Code further is detailed where grades are not changed without that teacher opportunity. So teachers will have the assigned grades in place unless they are given an opportunity and agree to change those grades. So from here, I will pass it on to Dr. Shana Henry, who will go into our administrative regulations.
Good afternoon. In addition to board policy, we have administrative guidance in Administrative Regulation 5121, which communicates points you've already heard. Grades directly measure students' knowledge and skills specific to grade level subject areas, academic standards, and academic grades are reported each grading period based on the outline scale that you see there. We also have contract language that guides our communication with parents regarding student progress, in addition to communicating the purpose and expectations of the instructional program. Article 8.106 of the EGA contract shares teacher responsibilities to do the following: provide parents objective evidence of their students' progress at each grading period, provide notification to parents when a student is struggling academically or before assigning a failing grade, and making every reasonable attempt to obtain parent support and involvement to improve student progress. A couple examples of how this might look at our school sites include phone calls, emails, parent-teacher conferences at elementary, secondary engages in all-teacher conferences, or other identified school site protocols. If there are special circumstances where notification could not be made, then the principals must approve the failing grade and then communicating those circumstances to the parent. And I'll now turn it back over to Ms. Avey.
All right, thank you. So next steps, our main focus is to continue providing the professional learning opportunities. This has been a true grassroots effort, and that is what we want to continue on. Grading is personal, and there are guidelines set up for it. In the work that we do, we always want to honor the professionalism and the expertise of our classroom teachers. The other part of it is we will explore what's the alignment, the current BP and AR for 5121. What's the alignment with grading for equity practices? We have a system set up between schools and ed services that we hold monthly meetings with our educator association leadership, and those are the opportunities when we each have an interest in something that we want to explore, that we come together and do that. We take a lot of pride in the working relationships we have with our teachers union, and that's always at the front foremost of doing the work that we're on the same page. And with that, we can move to questions or comments.
Do we want to go ahead and go through? We have about 10 minutes left on the agenda, but I think we can go through. There we go. Yeah, we'll start with Beth. Yeah, no, you want to start over here? Okay, Mr. Perez, let's go. For all of us.
Well, this is new for me because I grew up the old standard. A, 4 points, 3 for B, 2 for C, and all that. 0 for F, right? So we don't do that at all no more within our district.
We determine grade point average.
Grade point average. I mean, when a student finishes that particular class, what they get A, B, or C, or D?
We follow the current board policy in AR that was explained.
Yeah.
So students right now, the way the policy is set up is when you receive an F, it's not done on a proportionate way. It's done on a percentage.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking at this objective of this grading for equity. So this is not an action item. This is just a workshop to inform us that we may go this way?
Correct. It's informational. And to look at the professional development that has been done and the responses we're receiving from teachers.
So what are we doing today?
We just shared an update on the program and how it connects to board policy and AR, and it's really your opportunity to make any comments on the presentation.
So within the future, this next board might be pursuing this style of grading, correct?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, we're doing the work right now. Aligning it to our current board policy and AR is potentially something we could do.
Okay, number one, what I'm thinking as a parent or a board member, how does this reflect grades when they transferred from high school to either junior college or state college or UC systems? Do they recognize this process of grading, and is it?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding your question correctly, what we established as a district as the grading, we're all focused on content and what students are learning. Right. So the grade that a teacher assigns, and that transfers with a student. Mm-hmm. So it's whatever grades we administer from a classroom is recognized at the university level. I think that's what your question is.
And within a grade level, they have X amount of objectives and to meet, correct? Still within the style.
A variety of standards they need to meet.
But I'm not sure if I read this right or understood it right, was the fact that if they didn't finish all those objectives, but they would still get a grade?
Every student
at that grade level.
Every student through the course of the year, depending on the reporting period, is going to receive a grade for the work they completed during that time.
Okay, because what I read is that a lot of our students now who are graduating from high schools, who are going to state universities, state UC system, or have to take bonehead math skills in which.
Not correct.
Appropriate language. Hold on here. Because of the COVID distance learning, they're not as up to par like they were before COVID, and that's an issue at the university, at the junior high, junior college, and state colleges, and there's reports. It's known fact that it's not going to take 4 years to graduate because of that, and the cost of that issue is going to be put on the parents because they're going to be taking 5 years. And there's remedies for that they're doing at the university level or higher ed. So, but still we are passing these individuals regardless if they don't meet all those objectives on those grade levels?
I don't know if I can speak to that specifically. Each student at the end of a term or a quarter or trimester is earning a grade from their teacher for the work that they've completed and how that's been established.
So that's what worries me. I mean, if you're at if they're at the sixth grade level and they're going to middle school and they don't have that foundation at the elementary sixth grade level, are we going to pass them, retain them?
So we have different policies on
right, I read those the other day.
Promotion, retention, and
right.
acceleration. And so we follow those policies, and there are time periods that students are retained. But that's a team decision, that's not a quick decision, and there are other guidelines that we follow that we look not just at their performance, there's attendance components to it. We also look at where they are social-emotionally, maturity level. So I think that's a really specific question about retention that wouldn't apply globally to all students, based on overall students and how they're performing, if that makes sense. Because that's an individualized approach for each student.
For each student, possibly high schools, feeder schools to middle schools, and high schools. Now, this is a uniform process that we're going to go district-wide.
Right? Are you talking about grading for equity?
Right,
grading for equity, we're going to continue doing the professional development based on teacher input and their desire to continue receiving it. Looking at how the work aligns with our current BP and AR is something that we have on a list to explore in the future.
And this was initiated by who?
The work started in the Curriculum Professional Learning Department with math teachers, the math program specialists, and the math coaches.
Here, someplace in here, I thought it's also the AGEA contact. Were they instrumental, the leadership of that particular union?
So the
supportive of this?
So the classroom teachers who were part of the original work in the cohort are EGEA members.
Right. And so I noticed that we have some policies and administrative language that we have to adhere to because of the contract, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that is so, because now when do you plan to introduce this to the community?
Yeah, I think the presentation right now is a way that
is one of the ways
that we provide that. And specifically, have we done workshops for parents? No, because grading comes from a teacher, a classroom teacher. Classroom teachers do explain their grading policies to parents at either through back to school night or some type of written communication, depending on the level and the type of communication.
So you do plan to have workshops for parents in the community?
We do not.
You do not plan?
No.
And do you have to pass this through the county or Department of Education to do this type of grading?
We do not.
There's no education code?
One of our directors, Dr. Boyle, went over what Ed
Right.
Code says, but what we do in our district is determined by our BPs and ARs, along with the professional development. We do all of that within policies, but we also look at what Ed Code says. So we wouldn't be seeking oversight from the state level.
Do we have to have permission or anything at the county or anything like that? Approval? No?
Not that I'm aware of.
Woo. Now, for instance, would this grading process start when hold on here, this is what I'm wondering about. For instance, if I'm a freshman, hold on here, or a sophomore or junior, this process could change within his high school. And would that affect the grade point average in this particular style? I'm thinking of impact regarding if by students that's striving to get that 4-point plus, would that?
I'm not sure if this is answering your question, but all teachers determine how their grade book is set up, and they are the ones who assign that grade. That currently is the practice. So the cumulative GPA of all courses are going to contribute.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I answered your question or if
So
I even understood it.
if you had given me the book to review, I hope you do provide us a book so we could review this, take it home, review it. That's what my concern is through that process. The other concern is you mentioned how much of the student behavior in the classroom affects your grade. Is that no longer an issue for the teacher EGA, the teachers union?
So what Dr. Boyle shared with you is that student behavior doesn't impact the grades. There's another area on the report card to be able to communicate that to families.
Okay, great. Okay. But yet it could be disturbing for the other class.
Meaning the student their behavior isn't evaluated to impact the grade.
Okay. Should not, yes. And so can a student challenge the class or take some type of assessment that he's already knows or she knows those skills?
So we do have a process for secondary through curriculum and professional learning where students can challenge a course. They don't receive a grade for it. It just allows them to move on to another course or a more challenging course. That's been our practice and supported for many, many years.
Very good. Well, good luck.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Fortuna? Do we want to continue on?
Did I do my job?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure over time it may have been noticed that when people give reports, I never say thank you. And the reason why I don't do that for me is that people are doing their job. I'll make an exception here. and because, I don't know when, quite a while ago, I asked Mark that I wanted to talk about grading for equity. And a meeting was set up with all the people from the office who are dealing with it. And that was a very helpful and instructional meeting, and the presentation of the principles of grading for equity that we presented today is terrific. And Diane, you were so helpful. And after I had that meeting, in my visitations, I talked to teachers who are involved. I talked to administrators, and everything I received in the way of feedback was positive, really positive. Now, we've had discussions before about grassroots versus requirement, and I'm not going to go into that because it's not necessary. But given the continuation of the positive data, if we were to decide, like we do with curriculum, indicate that this is our policy, we revised the policy, this is our policy, do you see any conflict? Would you see any conflict between making changes in our policy and administrative regulation, especially the RARs, to foster grading for equity principles? You see any conflict between doing that and Ed Code and/or EGA contract? Because as I read them, I don't see a conflict.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason we say explore. So when we explore something as a district and as a team and we bring people together, we look for what you're referring to. Off the top of my head, I would say no, I was in agreement with you, but I think it's really important that conversations are held and that we make sure we do our due diligence on any research to make sure that isn't a factor for us. I think most important to the work of the district, I've been around a very long time in Elk Grove, and the collaborative nature in which we do work, and when we can, we try to really build the why behind things. We've had our superintendent for years who has said, when it's kind of like that, when people do know more, they do better. But the piece about honoring how a teacher, if you've been a classroom teacher, and it's such a personal piece of running and the connections you have with kids. So I think the work we do with this is not just exploring the conflict that's, the Ed Code side of it and our BPs and ARs. I think there's that human side as well that I think is really critical in the work as we move forward. Yeah. So the route we're going about it right now makes a lot of sense, because what's driving once the initial work got out there, what's driving the desire for more professional development is coming directly from teachers. Yeah. And it's the sharing of information and practices and how teachers feel with their colleagues.
The male teacher made a comment. Diane made the same comment. And people I spoke to at the school sites made the same comment. And I agree completely, 100%. Two things. One, that the utilization of grading for equity and focusing just on whether or not the student has acquired the information they're required to receive is a positive way of addressing the learning and doesn't turn the student off. A kid who constantly is getting pounded down, at a point in time they do give up. They go, it's not worth it. This is different. And what the male teacher said is that it's okay to give the student a test again. He didn't say those specific words, but that's what he was saying. It's okay to give a student multiple opportunities to show you they know the information. And when you do that, one, you get an accurate assessment of did they or did they not learn the information, and two, you're working in partnership with that student to succeed, and they feel good, and as long and then they talk to their parents, and everyone feels good. So I am like 100% behind all of the principles of grading for equity. I mean, I really could see that just being implemented across the district and getting away from our current practices. So I do say thank you, because this would this would result in a really positive change in how the district does something with their students, and I just think it's fantastic. So thank you.
Ms. Chaitis Espinosa?
Thank you for the presentation. It's a very interesting topic, an exciting opportunity, and I'm a little jealous of our successors who are going to get to delve into it a little bit more. I'm reminded of a couple of things. When Ms. Albiani and I attended CSBA equity training, one of the things they talked about was how entrenched the idea of how we do school is among those of us who are in this education community, and the importance of questioning some of those beliefs about what is just sort of the normal way of doing things. And this seems like a perfect illustration of that. So I'm really glad. It seems like a very natural extension of our district's equity work, and another area that we can explore and continue to do even better for our kids. So I wish you the best in that. Thank you.
Mr. Vargas?
We'll also keep it brief. I'm really looking forward to getting to know more about this. I think this is really interesting practice and how it's being implemented. The initial data that you guys have presented is really interesting and suggests something really important could be there. I take it with a slight grain of salt, because we are talking about an entirely voluntary program so far. And on that note, I'm really interested to see what comes out of your conversations around, are there adjustments to the, board policies and regulations that are appropriate in order to continue down this path? If we want to go there. I'm also very mindful of the fact that education code, particularly California education code, is a bit of a maze, and so there is certainly more work to do there, I'm sure. So I look forward to this. So thank you very much.
Ms. Albiani?
Hi. I think this is, as I see it, is a shift to grading for mastery versus grading every step along the way, and you getting stuck with these anchors on yourself on the way that never let you get there or prove you've gotten there. I love the idea that teachers let children know what they need to do better on, and I think that makes you a better teacher. As a teacher myself, to be that clear on what I'm teaching and being able to check off, that also tells me what I'm not teaching successfully, which turns me back to my group with my grade level to figure out how they're teaching successfully, or that we're all missing the mark, and we provide that time for our teachers to get better. And we always call fail in my house means a first attempt at learning. And it really, we can say that, but with our grading system, it's a little bit of lip service. So I think this is true to that idea. I read a book called Raising Innovators, and it's really not about giving A through F grades. It's really about letting kids learn and learning to mastery. So I'm super excited about this. As a parent, I want my kid in the other column. So how fast can we get this going? But I think what I've learned in my 10 years is these things take time, and we do start with people that are willing to put in the time and the extra, and they develop systems that make it easier. Because when you're starting something new, it's hard, but they'll help you develop the pieces you need to come in and be more successful from the start. So I want to just a huge shout out to the people that are kind of being the front line on this and going through the back and the forth that it's taking. that we'll come up with a very good product and a very good model, I believe. And then at that time, we can help push along anybody who still needs to get interested in participating, because we are always limited. Like, how much CPL can we give? How much time can we give? So I really appreciate your work in getting this put together. I think it fits perfectly with high quality instruction, letting kids know what you want them to know. And then the excitement of knowing it and knowing more. And math is probably a very good place to start. I had a daughter that just did not believe she was a math major, and now is in a STEM major at a university. And it's because of one teacher that turned her around and let her explore math problems and fail math problems and talk about them. And it was life-changing for her in 4th grade. And now she's a junior in college. So I think the teachers and the staff that are working on this, please continue. I, as one board member, would be very encouraged to support you in anything you need. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question I forgot. The cost of the book and the cost of professional training. I didn't know.
I don't actually know the cost of the book up top. I'm going to say somewhere around, depending on bulk purchase, between $15 and $20 would be my prediction. I'd have to look into it. And then all of the staff that provides the training are on contract with us as a district. So it's worked into the work that we do. Some of the books that were purchased were supported by grants from the Equity Office as well.
So if they read this book, would they would be competent to do this way?
Professional development requires discussion, follow through, feedback. So some learners learn that way. A typical learner needs more follow-up than just reading.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Grading for Equity is one more way to disrupt and address systemic bias and oppression. And so I'm excited that this is grassroots driven, that's coming from our teachers, because that really reflects the change in culture that our district is moving towards to ensure that success for all students. So to me, this is a great indicator of the progress that we are making, and I'm excited for more to come. So thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, and with that, we will now recess. Oh, consent agenda.
I'm gonna pull some things. Go eat.
Are there any blue cards related to the consent agenda?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 4 on the consent agenda.
I move items 1 through 4.
I'll
for
second.
approval.
I'm pulling
What items are you pulling?
1, 2, 3, and 4. All of them.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am serious. So you want to do it now or after lunch?
Call the question.
Thank you. All right. I would like to call for a motion to, it has been moved and it has been seconded. All those in favor of approving items 1 through 4 on the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Me?
Thank you. Motion carries.
Anything?
Nope.
That's not traditional.
I would now like to adjourn to lunch. Thank you.
Oh, hey,
Mr. Mate, are we good to go?
All right, good afternoon. I would like to call the meeting back to order and announce, at 1:49 p.m., and announce that the board met in closed session and the following action was taken. Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D, Paragraph 1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. Name of the case is Office of Civil Rights Complaint Number 09221167. The board voted, and it was not unanimous. We did have 5-4, which was Mr. Vargas, Ms. Albiani, Ms. Chaitis Espinosa, Mr. Perez, and myself. We had one against, Mr. Fortuna, and one absent, Mr. Yang. And that is it. And I would now like to adjourn the meeting at 1:50 p.m.